can't help but notice that YouTube's clock and my clock are off by about a minute. How are we doing this Monday? I hope you all have recovered since Saturday. Usual mixing of the music. Yeah, the waiting page said it switched from when I was supposed to start to waiting for me to start, and I'm like, that's weird. I still have like a whole minute. I'm supposed to be able to kind of just sit here. So we got probably about 200 people in here. I think some people aren't taking their announcements roll. So I'm just going to do a sneaky everyone ping. Because everybody loves those. Finally caught up with Saturday's stream and you don't know how I survived it. Perseverance, mostly. I'll be honest, I had to lean on the chat on that one, because... Well, I mean, if you were there, you know why. Audio sounds low? Sure. That's probably the digital mixer. How about that? Let's turn that up. Now it should be higher. I have a 10 dB boost on the digital mixer, but that might start causing it to clip. What's the name of the horse? Gotta have a name, right? You know, I don't recall the story of this horse. It was a horse that I had been riding for the playthrough, but I don't know. I guess it's the horse you buy from Whiterun or something. I think the stream was fun. I just think that it was long more than anything. Pop you guys up. There you go. I don't know. I'm just not the sort of person to name a horse. I didn't name the Red Dead horse and felt a lot more connection to it than I did any of the Skyrim horses. I wouldn't skip class for this just because it's a Monday thing. Do I have any thoughts on the different standard tiers of armor weapons and if any were pointless? I'm not sure what you mean by that. Do you mean like just the usual kind of everything's in a level? That kind of mentality? Because that was where they kind of... Orcish was better, but it wasn't like... There's more of an MMO feel to Oblivion and Skyrim's armor progression. Whereas Orcish was better because it was crafted by people who were good at making armor. Studded is pointless. Hide armor is useless. These things are true. Those things mostly exist just to give the bandits something to wear, I guess. Iron is pointless since you can always just buy tier 2 stuff, same in Skyrim. Unless you need the money for training. Which is, the early game's kind of when you need to. If you plan on making use of trainers as early and often as possible. Orcish bothers me because Orcish armor and Orcish weapons are not the same tier. Yeah. The other thing that bothers me is that you have to go down the heavy armor side of smithing to upgrade those weapons. Why is there leather armor in real life? I mean, better than literally nothing. Have I watched any of Bethesda's GDC talks? No. I have a Bethesda thing queued up for today. So we have... Yeah, we're going to watch that G-Man video. And the reason we're doing it today, you think, we watch videos on Monday? Yes. He wasn't fit into the schedule originally. So, I kind of want to get him out of the way so that people stop asking for him. What kind of one of those things? But that was a spur of the moment decision that I made earlier today. This is planned, but it's... Just because it's planned doesn't mean that there was a good plan. If that makes sense. So I'll pop this up. This is the updated stream schedule. Still no new videos to show because, of course, we aren't... I'll have the 17th video to show on Wednesday. But the main thing is on... This coming Wednesday, the 10th, I'm going to be streaming early. That has to do with the AMA that Todd Howard's supposed to be doing. Now, I don't know if that's going to be particularly compelling entertainment, but the other reason is we're watching Never Knows Best that day, and, well, his is a long video, so... So, if we've taken in the schedule here, I'll take it off the screen. Actually, what time is it? No, it's too early for that. We still got to chat with chat. We got to give people time to get in here. If you don't get people time, then a bunch of chat's going to show up and go, "What did I miss?" Like 30 minutes later. No, we're not going to wait 30 minutes. My thing is 15 after is when I usually get the show rolling. Any plans to cover Indigo's Tez video? No. I need to review what the Skyrim part of that is. How bad do I think the Reddit AMA will go? I think that there will be a bunch of planted questions that they'll answer. That's sort of my take. And they might... If one or two questions very, very neatly lines into what he's allowed to say, he'll answer those from like random people, but I would be suspicious about most of the questions that are chosen to be answered. Yeah, that was sort of my... It's less that it's a documentary and more that Skyrim's kind of a footnote in the broader story of Elder Scrolls compared to kind of what we're doing here. I think that would be the best thing. I think my opinion on Todd Howard has always been that the hatred of Todd Howard is pretty overrated. And kind of signals people who don't really kind of understand what the actual issues going on is. Stop researching Skyrim and just watch Angry Joe. Well, yeah. Why would you make a Skyrim video after Angry Joe? he really kind of, he said he found a way to describe Skyrim better than most of us, I think, ever will.
And that's why the final verdict for The Elder Scrolls Skyrim is a full, highest rating that I can issue, 10 out of 10. And it easily earns the badass seal of approval.
How can you compete? It's already been said better by almost a decade now since that video. I get the excitement. Don't worry. It's just a funny thing. How long do you have to keep the Doug Walker pick until we do Doug Walker December? We can check how planted the questions are for the AMA by checking age of account / karma. I thought, okay, if you're a decent PR person, and Pete Hines is pretty good at it, the way they typically do the AMA scam is you will, people will farm karma and accounts, and then they'll sell their accounts to PR firms, and the PR firms will basically use them like burner accounts to just kind of randomly pop up and support sentiment. That's how I understand Reddit to work. Yeah, I showed Tamriel rebuilt in the Morrowind video at the end. That's where I was exploring. It was like work in progress zones of Western Morrowind. Wait, I can sell myself to become a Reddit bot? I think you... well, okay, so the value of your account is going to be based on how much karma you can kind of generate. I think Reddit just has like an infrastructural problem with the way that it encourages kind of mob mentality. And so you have a lot of people who are disingenuous and not really sharing their full opinions because they think that they'll be more acceptable if they kind of tailor themselves. My request to you is to check the current release of Skyrim Home of the Nords mod for Morrowind for fun later on before you make your video. Yeah, I've been getting told about that. That's the one that kind of tries to do Skyrim as it was implied by like the way that Morrowind Nords were characterized, right? So it's not that it's what would that combination be? Morrowind. It's like genuinely like Tamriel rebuilt for Skyrim. I mean, listen, the alternative to Redditors being disingenuous and selling their accounts is that there are genuinely people like that in the world. And that's a bitter pill. All right. It's 13. Most everybody who can be bothered to attend a stream on Monday in the middle of November, they're probably here. So this is still loud to me. Hang on. Windows volume mixer. Turn that down. Turn this up. That's much better for me. I was getting like full blast Skyrim music. And I had it like, if I had moved the volume knob any more left, the video would have been mute. So, I think the place to start for today will be this video that was published on August 19th of 2021. It's titled Reliving the Opening of Skyrim with the creators from Bethesda Games Studios. It's got a tasty like to dislike ratio. Also, what's this button do? There's like a weird... Okay, so there's a description menu. Oh, it's the descript... Why is it like that? Okay, so I clicked the description button, and it popped the description above like the recommended videos on the right, and I'm confused why they would bother implementing a feature like that. Google about our lore. Tamriel Rebuilt shares their philosophy with PT, the group doing Skyrim, home of the Nords. Yeah, I know kind of Tamriel Rebuilt's philosophy. They're kind of old school Elder Scrolls nerds in that respect. Whereas you know, like newer projects are kind of trying to cater to the Sky Babies. They kind of feel that that's not really necessary. I agreed to sell my Reddit account to Noah Caldwell-Gervais, but when we met up to make the sale, he pushed me over and threw a McDonald's bag in my head. Did he take the Reddit account, at least? That sounds like him. I've been told by various individuals on Twitter that Noah Caldwell-Gervais is a scumbag who likes to shove little people into lockers, and they get stuck there for hours. These are true rumors that I've heard. So I assume that this was either taken from some live stream that they did, or this was their substitute for QuakeCon this year, since they didn't want to do it on account of various external issues going on in the world.
Hello, QuakeCon. I'm Jess Finster, Senior Community Lead for all Bethesda Game Studios games, and I'm excited to be here today to
So do you work for ZeniMax, or do you work for P. Hines?
celebrate the 10th anniversary of a game that's very close to me, Skyrim. One of my first projects at Bethesda was working in QA on Skyrim.
Yeah, I'll do that, but I will state for the record, I don't typically take requests on the pictures. Want to get the word out on that. Let's see, what's a good Thief Dark Project picture? We'll just do a cover, but this cover, because the other one's like the gamma's blown out. I wouldn't say that. Wouldn't go that far. Because if they can get rid of Jeremy Soule on an accusation, they could get rid of Pete if he actually did anything. So.
Skyrim, so we go way back. Joining me today are project anniversary of a game that's very close to me, Skyrim. One of my first projects at Bethesda was working in QA on Skyrim, so we go way back.
Is that really? Is that really something that you want tacked onto your resume? Okay, I mean, I'll write it down. QA on Skyrim.
Joining me today are three very important guests who also go way back with Skyrim. Three members of the original development team. We have Ashley Chang, Managing Director, Art Director Matt Carafano, and Senior Designer Will Shen.
Of those three, Will Shen would be the one I'm least familiar with.
Ashley, you actually recorded a message for the Skyrim fans. Let's check that out.
As Skyrim turns 10, it is both humbling and deeply gratifying to see how passionate our players still remain. A decade.
Okay, so Ashley Chang, wasn't he a programmer? Oblivion credits. Ashley Chang. Associate producer. Okay, so he was studio direction. Oh, no, wait, that's okay. So starting with Redguard, he was PR. Then he was associate producer and manual writer, and then he was producer, and project leader for the Morrowind DLC. He was a senior producer. Okay, so who am I thinking of? There was somebody who wrote about the Oblivion engine. Anyways, he's been around forever, but he doesn't really, you don't really hear his name a lot outside of this, production stuff. Yeah, isn't he the ultra panicked guy in the making of Oblivion? I think so.
Later. Great things have happened because of you, and great things are coming in the future thanks to your continued support. This year, on
Like more Skyrim.
November 11th, we're excited to celebrate Skyrim's 10th anniversary with a special event, together with you, the community. We plan to honor what you've done with the game and celebrate how the game has impacted you in the decades since its release. With this goal in mind, today we're inviting you to take part. Showcase your mods, send us your art, don your cosplay, and tell us your stories.
We're about to go pick up Skyrim.
Whether it's a heartfelt memory, a funny moment, or anything in between, we want to hear from you.
Add dragons to everything. Mecha dragons. Don't ever stop.
You don't want to hear from me. That's not an invitation that you want to open. Yeah, no, it makes me uncomfortable. Because maybe 5 or 10 years ago I'd have been all right with kind of because they're trying to do the Bungie thing with their fans, but it's like everybody knows that it's so soulless and so money driven. It's literally soulless now that it's like nobody's proud of being a part of the Elder Scrolls community, I would think. A lot of people just are kind of like begrudgingly into it.
Stop adding dragons to your game.
Share with us how Skyrim has inspired you, your friends, and your family, even your pets. In 2011, The Elder Scrolls V showcased the expansive world we created. 10 years later, let's celebrate together everything you've brought to Skyrim and all the ways you continue to inspire us at Bethesda Game Studios.
Well, I think if there's any one group of modders that they don't want to risk pissing off, it's those guys that make the unofficial patches.
Every single day.
They like this marketing icon. It's like a lot of it's weird. Like what's the star with all the, like, are they supposed to be perk trees? I know what these are. These are in Sovngarde. I guess they're the standing stones. I don't know. This has always struck me as like a weird promotional piece for the anniversary. Did you know the Skyrim logo was in Morrowind? Dude, whoa. Really? I think the Oblivion one's in there too. They're the background to the skill tree screen. Right, but they're not the actual skill trees because they're kind of nonsensical for that.
We thought it would be fun to celebrate the 10-year anniversary of Skyrim playing through the beginning of the game and having you guys share stories from development. But before we do that, we have some exciting news. This November, we are going all out to celebrate Skyrim's birthday and give back to the community. On November 11th,
She talks like every single PR manager that I have ever seen, and it's so annoying going through this shit. Just the way that I want to try and quantify what it is, because the Cyberpunk PR manager gave me the same feeling. It's just sort of everything they say is couched in like non-disclosure agreements, and it's like what we are and aren't allowed to say yet. So it's like it's like triggering the sociopath alarms, because every thought is just so considered. And it's like, just read off a script like a normal person. Yeah, everything she said is cleared by a lawyer in 3 focus groups. So it just sounds completely sexless.
that will be live streaming a concert featuring the original score performed by the London Symphony Orchestra. That's not all we're going to do to celebrate. We want you to join as part of that celebration by submitting your creations, your fan art, your cosplay, anything that you have, cool videos, you name it. Just send it into...
I have some pretty cool videos. Do you want to play them at this concert? You have to before I send them, you have to promise to play the whole thing. What's your example of good corporate PR dev? I mean, just look at the way a lot of indie game developers market their stuff. They are just normal people who are excited to tell people about the things that they're doing. This lady, she doesn't care. She doesn't give a shit. She took a corporate position as a QA person and got promoted into public relations. And, you know, this time next year, she'll be doing the exact same thing, but for Starfield.
Skyrim10.com. We're also excited to announce the Skyrim Anniversary Edition, which will launch on November 11th. This new version contains Skyrim Special Edition plus 10 years worth of content and tons of creation.
10 years worth of content? I wasn't aware Creation Club was going on that long. Also, 500 creations? I thought... Hang on. Didn't the trailer they put out say that it was only like 100 pieces of Creation Club content? So where's like this 500 pieces come from? Like, what's that figure? 500 elements. Oh, okay, like 500 assets. So it's like 70 or 90 Creation Club pieces of content. It's just spread out. Because, you know, like the goblins thing is like, there's probably at least 10 or 11 models and goblins. Also, what's the icons here? That is... I don't know what that is. What about this one? That looks like the gray cowl of Nocturnal. I'm not sure what the axes are. And then this one is a guy in a hood with tentacles coming out of it. And then this one is a guy wearing a helmet. What is this?
Years worth of content and tons of creations and items. If you already have Skyrim Special Edition, you can upgrade.
Oh, I guess she's not technically wrong. It is 10 years of content because it comes packaged with Hearthfire. You should be grateful.
To the Anniversary Edition for the additional content. Launching at the same time, we'll have a free next-gen upgrade for Skyrim. You don't need to own the Anniversary Edition to experience Skyrim on next-gen consoles.
Okay, how's that work? If I own Special Edition on PS4, that means I get Anniversary Edition on PS5? Seems sus, but sure. I refuse to believe that they have updated any of the Creation Club content pieces to be even remotely better. That's the weirdest thing about this launch is the anniversary edition isn't anything unless you pay the $20 for the Creation Club stuff. It's literally just a special edition. They didn't do any kind of like they're not even throwing in a free saturation change so that you can play desaturated Skyrim again.
Check out our article on Skyrim10.com to learn more about the Anniversary Edition. Ashley, there's something else that we were adding to Skyrim that you've been excited about that's free for all players. What is that?
Yeah, you know what? I think 10 years is...
I was playing a lot of Red Dead Redemption 2, and I was really impressed with the fishing minigame.
It's a long time to wait, but I think it's worth it. We're putting a fishing mechanic in the game. It's something that, you know, I've always wanted to do in Skyrim.
Oh, Ashley. I always wanted to do it, but just couldn't find the time to add it. What can you do?
You're running around the world, exploring the wilderness. You don't have to dive in the water and click blindly anymore, right? You can now grab a fishing pole, do some fishing quests. It's a great addition to the game. It'll be free to everyone, and it really adds to, again, the immersion of the world.
Fishing quests. I'll be sure to check that out. What could they possibly add that mods haven't already? Lamer versions of stuff that mods added.
Of just running around Skyrim. You can now go and fish.
Sounds very relaxing after a day.
I'm sorry, hang on. Really?
Go and fish.
Really? Jesus Christ.
Is a full, highest rating that I can issue, 10 out of 10, and it easily earns the badass seal of approval.
This is what you're gonna hit me with? Saints and Seducers, the Puzzle Dungeon, and the Mythic Dawn are going to be the only tolerable ones, most likely. Yeah, well, okay, so they're adding like 30 more, so I'm sure there will be at least one of them that isn't completely atrocious, but yeah, you pretty much hit the mark on, out of like the 50 pieces that were initially released, like 3 of them were meaningful in any way. God damn, I hate them. I guess we need to retire Pog. Of course, I was never into it, but I guess you need to retire Pog as a meme because the corporate people have figured out to use it. Where is Dopefish? They own it. They could have put Dopefish in this. No, nothing would have stopped them.
Sounds very relaxing after a day spent killing dragons.
Yes.
We have even more to talk about at the end of the page.
Yeah, it's very awkward kind of a dragons breathe fire, I guess. I don't know, kind of response. Like, what do you do in Skyrim? I guess you kill dragons. Sure. I guess after doing the main game activity, you could, like, calm down and fish.
Panel,
It's
but
so
for now,
cynical.
let's dive into the game. Driving for us today is Chris Kreitz, QA engineer. Take it away, Chris.
The Chris Quates QA engineer. They got the QA guy to play. His day, all day, every day, is to play test these broken games and report the bugs. Remember, as bad as your experience with Bethesda products are, this guy has seen more bugs than you ever will. And he's like, we're going to invite you on to do something. And it's like, cool, I'm going to get to talk about my job. And they're like, no, you're going to play Skyrim's introduction. They could have pulled a guy off the street to do this. Hey, why aren't you guys playing Special Edition? That's a good point. Why doesn't she play Skyrim?
Could you imagine that the community would be playing Skyrim 10 years later this long? What does that feel like as somebody that's been working on the game for so long?
Honestly, it's pretty amazing. We have an
Yeah, okay. Yeah, it is pretty amazing that people are still playing Skyrim. The awkward pause. I mean, come on. How do you field that question? It's like, yeah, people are still playing Skyrim. People are still playing Oblivion, Morrowind, Daggerfall 2. Not as much Arena, but, you know. Somebody out there probably has played it in the last day, so...
amazing mod community who supports our games, and we've built that over the years. But 10 years, I mean, that's
Amazing mod community that supports our game. Thank you, Matt. That's I like the quotes like that, like Emil's famous I was gonna add stuff, but I left it up to the mod community sentiment.
that's insane. And we love that. We love that about our fans, that they continue to add content. It just makes the game so much.
We love that about our fans. Yeah, I'm sure you do. Keep pulling the mask off.
Better and kind of give it its own life, and lets it sort of last forever. You can keep playing because there's so much to do.
And this is the iconic carriage ride that has now become, I think, a meme for the ages. How did the team settle on what the opening was going to be?
Carriage ride's a meme for the ages. This is full of great quotes. I love this.
For Skyrim.
I think we always knew you were going to be carried off through execution. I think at one point you were walking. I don't know when the cart ride came online. Do you remember that?
I don't remember the cart ride started. I remember it was like new tech we were adding, and it was very difficult to get the cart to work. So it's only in this specific scene, which is kind of interesting. But we definitely knew that you were going to be a prisoner because it's an Elder Scrolls game.
Wait, wasn't Matt the big cart guy? Who was the give me one second. Who was the guy that made the... There was a Bethesda dev who, as part of their like official mod, Game Jam, came up with the... He made a mod to make it where you could just ride the carts. Like, instead of it being fast travel, you genuinely rode the cart between towns. Which guy was that? There's the... I, for the life of me, can't remember. Problem with carriages is the engine, no. Yeah, but it was, the developer in question was talking like they were very close to having it be functional, and they just kind of gave up on it.
Which was very difficult to get the cart to work. So it's only in this specific scene, which is kind of interesting. But we definitely knew that you were going to be a prisoner because it's an Elder Scrolls game, so you're always this...
Ugh.
Should you? Oh gods, where are they taking us?
Again, anyone else think that Bethesda has some kind of prisoner fetish?
There you go. Lay it on me.
This mysterious
Elder Scrolls 6 should just be in prison.
prisoner with your own past.
Like similar to how Part 6 of JoJo's Bizarre Adventures just in prison.
That you can kind of make up yourself, and that kind of brings you into the world. I remember us kind of talking a little bit too about how
now it looks like special editions.
in a way it sort of harkens back to like Half-Life in a way. Like you have this sort of smooth intro into the game where you get
Harkens back to Half-Life. He said it. Not me. It's great. I don't have to say any of this. I got Matt here to say it for me.
some of the story and some of the setting, but you don't quite know what's going on yet before you get out into the game, and that was pretty cool.
It makes it feel believable.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we're adding in all these snippets when they're talking about the world, like you know, the horse thief and
Yes, that's called exposition.
referencing the divines and Sovngarde, and it's all there that just sort of drown you in it. Like, hey, you're
All right, so that's how his name is spelled. Let's look him up real quick. Who's Will Shin? William Shin. Got a LinkedIn page. Senior designer from July of 2014 to the present. What, he just joined the company as a senior designer? Come on. Fallout 4 and Fallout 76 quest designer and writer. But that's the Fallout wiki, so they're not gonna... Alright, thank you, Moby Games. Oh, by year, please. Started with Skyrim. Position not listed. Oh, none of these positions are listed. He worked on Kingdoms of Amalur. Oh, traitor. That's a bizarre flight path. He started with Skyrim and then went to Kingdoms of Amalur. Alright, fine. So he's on Skyrim. That means we can look up the Skyrim credits. And just Control F his name. Shin. So loud. Quest design and writing. So he is a quest designer. Roger that. Throat of the World sounds like it should be a quest at a tavern. I think there's a Lover's Lab mod called Throat of the World.
you're in here now. The actor who plays Rayloff there on the cart, the first person who speaks to you, he does an incredible job. Like, I threw in a lot of lines where, you know, he grew up in this area, and now the people that have protected him are now carrying him off to be beheaded. And so there's this nice mixture of like bitterness, but also sadness when he's carrying the lines. He did a great job.
Imperial walls and towers used to make me feel so safe.
What is your favorite types of characters to play when you're playing?
Well, I don't think we knew it was a thing at the time, but I definitely played Stealth Archer a lot. I played Matt.
You did? Oh my god. You didn't know that Stealth Archer was a thing at the time. Thanks, Matt. How are we gonna broach this as politely as possible? People knew that Stealth Archer was a thing before Skyrim. It was in it was almost exactly the same in Oblivion. I did it in Oblivion in like 2009.
Well, I don't think we knew.
On the audio side of your stream, the videos could be 20% louder. Sure, yeah, I did raise the voice volume.
It was a thing at the time, but I definitely played Stealth Archer a lot. I played Magic. I tried everything a lot, but I'd always come back to Stealth Archer. I had no idea that was going to be...
I'd always come back to Stealth Archer. Nice. And that's a Bethesda designer telling you that.
Like, the best way to...
This is great. This is Bethesda podcast / making of documentary tier.
Play or whatever that, you know,
like
everyone on the internet
that's
thinks.
the community defaults back to Sneaky
Yeah.
Archer. No matter what race you are, what
Yeah.
character you want to play, it's always Sneaky Archer.
Thank you for summarizing exactly that everything he said. When did Matt join the company? He's been there forever. I couldn't tell you off the top of my head, but he worked on Morrowind as a world artist, and yeah, he started with Morrowind as a lead world artist. Well, the problem is, your role as an interviewer is not to be the limelight of the interview. It's just to ask the questions in a way that gets these guys to talk the most and kind of reveal the information. But the thing is, she's not a journalist, so she doesn't know how to do a journalistic interview. So, like, she just thinks that she's part of this discussion with these three people that are have the things that would actually be worth hearing. Because what is she going to contribute from her experience of working on Skyrim? That she pointed out that there was a bug at this particular stage.
How about you, Will?
Two-handed sword, I think, full berserker mode, just run straight forward. That was definitely fun. And then once you're done with that run through, yeah, switch to mage, and do all the mage stuff.
Ashley?
It depends on what my mood is. If I'm doing sword and board, I'll take Redguard. Stealthy Archer is really popular. I do like.
Thank you, Ashley. However, I'm extremely angry at any suggestion that we've been underhanded or cheated, particularly those comments coming from our competitors. I have never cheated at anything in my life. I'm sure. I used to be a game designer. Morrowind was what inspired me the most at university. I studied to be a 3D environment artist, but then I was hired as a game designer. A lot of people would view that as a step up, I would think. Well, I mean, obviously, 3D environment artists are kind of underrated in the industry. If you ever see a rock star, it's almost always a game designer, but I think game designers have it easy because they get to be the ideas guys.
Like, I do like to play Argonian because I'm lazy, so I can swim everywhere and I don't have to breathe. If I'm playing the main quest.
Who has ever had a water breathing issue in Skyrim? Go ahead, raise your hands. Raise your hands. Give me a 1 in the chat if you've ever had drowning as an issue that you've had to contend with. No, of course not. There's nothing in default Skyrim that fucking makes the waterways a threat. Come on now.
West, Dark Elf is good because you're resistant to fire, so it makes the game a little easier.
Yeah, see, that's a better answer. But I mean, if you go down that route, then the best answer would be Breton, because they're 50% resistant to magic. Argonians lazy? Ooh. Yeah, is Ulfric the racist one? Lazy Argonians.
If you're just trying to get through it.
Ulfric Stormclaw.
So he said that Dunmer were probably better for more serious players than Argonians.
General Tullius.
Some here in Helgen call you
Yeah,
a hero.
I mean, I think we grabbed the actor did Sultai from Battlestar Galactica.
Yeah, that's right.
Yep. So we added him in there as a tough military voice. The funny thing is he's staring down poor Ulfric Stormcloak, who's gagged. So it's not really the meeting of the two heads of the Civil War that it probably should have been.
Ulfric having the Thume, I think, was a big issue with this. It's not like there was a big gameplay advantage to it, and even then, like, it was just like one extra piece of nerd cred that Ulfric had that I think wasn't really necessary. Like, maybe he could have the Thume, but it would be like something that was super utility. Like, he has like the one that makes you swing faster or something, Elemental Fury. But it just creates problems because then people ask, like, well, isn't Ulfric going against the way of the voice? And yeah. But you do miss the opportunity to have Ulfric and Tullius have an exchange there. He is absolutely right about that.
What in oblivion is that?
Sentries, what do you see?
This is the Skyrim intro. Thank you for making me live it again. 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 I can't escape it. I just keep having to fucking see it. This is a video. You can edit it.
It's in the clouds.
So this is the first introduction of Alduin. What were the main inspirations for Alduin's design?
Adam Adamowicz, our concept artist, did do the designs for the dragons.
I always forget how to spell his fucking name. Forget if he's Russian or Polish. Looking kind of thick there. Kind of like a got an hourglass shape going on. Really, oof. Nice.
And we looked at an old
Aduin.
movie, Dragon Slayer, because they're like wyvern dragons, and it was really cool. It's like ILM did the effects on that, so that was.
So, like, he says flat out, okay, one has to wonder how much of this is, like, inspired by community response and how much of it is, like, genuine. That's what they meant at the time. Because the wyvern thing, they get hung by the wyvern thing a lot, which I think is kind of dumb. Who gives a shit if it's an actual dragon or just a two-legged thing? Aldrusi.
Was a good inspiration, and then Reign of Fire was a movie that had come out recently. We used that for like the aggressiveness for
I already know about the Reign of Fire
how
thing.
they would stomp across the ground. That movie.
I liked it. It sucks that Oblivion and Skyrim and even Morrowind to some extent are just boiled down to, yeah, we saw this really cool movie at the time and we wanted to do that. Why do they say what in Oblivion when there's like 13 realms of Oblivion and clearly not every Daedric realm is necessarily bad? Oblivion is a broader thing than just the Daedric planes. It's probably just supposed to be like their version of what the hell.
It was really, really cool reference. So those two films, I think, were good reference. And then with Alduin specifically, we had to make him, you know, a lot more intimidating. And so he was sort of like...
So what you're telling me is that you find the color black intimidating. Go on.
He was like lava rock that came to life. Like he's older and ancient and just a different league from the regular dragons. That's kind of how we set him apart.
He definitely has that ominous look to him compared to some of the other ones.
Yeah, I bet you think that this is ominous. That big black design.
I mean, they're all scary when you run into them, but he definitely has like that almost devil horn look to his head. How did you develop the dragon language? What goes into creating a whole new language?
Everybody knows this story. Come on.
Oh wow, that was almost entirely Emil.
So yeah.
Yeah, we all know. Thanks, Emil. I wonder what would Elder Scrolls look like after the Marvel movies. What would be the biggest Marvel inspiration for an Elder Scrolls game? That's almost entirely Emil. That's a good point. Thor, yeah. Yeah. Probably Asgard, probably Black Panther. It wouldn't be an Infinity Gauntlet. It would probably be like a well, no, hang on. The Gargantuan belt or something. I don't know. Chris Pratt is the male voice protagonist.
Yeah, Emil did the language itself and what all the words mean. And then the idea for the shapes was our concept artist, Adam, again. He was thinking about how...
Okay, so it wasn't entirely Emil. Oh yeah, I could definitely see them taking from Doctor Strange for how the kind of the magic is in your hands. That's probably a good prediction.
How would a dragon write, and what would that be like? So the actual characters are imagining dragon claws, like turning and scraping rock. So those are all basically dragon scratches to make the characters for the language.
So there are the dragon claws that durable. That's gotta be, God, that's gotta be unpleasant to feel as you do it, and that's gotta be unpleasant to listen to. Just like, just imagine like nails on the chalkboard, but it's a giant nail, a giant fingernail on a giant chalkboard. Can't dragons write with dragon magic? Well, that's the weirdest thing, is the way they portray it is you just have to shout into a surface and the word will appear. So why would they scratch it out? Wouldn't it be something that made sense to dragons?
And then Emil took all that and just ran with it and came up with the shouts and the language and what all the words meant.
Well, remember, some of the dragons were massive nerds who like were into magic and stuff, so they would have things to write down. They weren't just animals.
So it is like a partially full language that we use for a lot of stuff.
Yeah, and all the gameplay-wise, all the shouts had 3 components. So every time you see the writing, their entire language is built on combining 3 words together. So they're making all their writings and language and stuff out of combinations of 3 symbols each time. So
That would be a cool thing if Alduin was a different kind of dragon, just to show that like he was different. Have I seen those warriors from Hammerfell? Yes. They've got curved swords. How come the Alakir weren't let into the cities? It just seems arbitrary to me. Like normal mercenaries are allowed in the city, but the Alakir is just a step too far. Is there something about the Alakir that earns their discrimination? I'd love for them to do another antagonist that represents order. Like genuinely represents it. Like we're gonna make your life holy, motherfucker. I guess it's true they were kicked out of Whiterun for being rowdy. Skyrim's coming out again, and you're laughing.
So there's a specific rhythm to it.
There's a rhythm to what?
Every time you see the writing, their entire language is built on combining 3 words together. So they're making all their writings and language and stuff out of combinations of 3 symbols each time. So there's a specific rhythm to it.
Okay.
So the big moment with, are you going to choose the Empire or the Stormcloaks here? When we originally wrote this, I actually had like full dialogue come up and you can ask them questions and things, but like there's a dragon flying around and you would just die because we were locking you in. So that's when we decided, okay, they're just going to stand off and then go to do 2 different entrances, and where you physically go is the choice.
Who do you usually pick?
They picked Imperials. I guess they wouldn't want to. They want to disavow the Stormcloaks in the modern day. This is the big moment. You're locked into your faction choice here.
Pick.
Oh, I go with Ralof all the time because I love his voice actor. But Havar's good too.
Come here.
I always think it's funny, like this is the best part of character gen because the Empire is basically like, yeah, we were just about to decapitate you, but don't worry about that. That was a mistake. Just come with us. Trust me, we need your help. Like,
yeah, we had to have like Hadvar doing heroic things to make you realize the Empire's not so bad. That's why he's rescuing the kid.
Okay. Thank you for saying it explicitly. Thanks, Will. What is it with Wills? Wait, why would Stormcloaks be controversial or whatnot? They're racists. Haven't you heard? I heard that Ulfric Stormcloak, he regularly goes down to the waterfront and like kicks lizards into the water. It's true. These are rumors I've heard. Ulfric Stormcloak will actually go to Candle Earth Hall and meet up with his good friend Noah Caldwell Gervais in order to go and bully Dunmer people in the Grey Quarter. I read that on Twitter somewhere.
He's like leading you to save you from the dragon, even though he was just about to kill you. He's like, oh,
We're friends now.
It's fine. We got bigger things to worry about now.
See if one of these chests has some armor for you.
And this is a community question from Get Kleenex. When writing Skyrim, did you have an idea for the conflicts already?
I'm sure Get Kleenex was a real name.
Or were they always going to be what they were? Did you come up with things on the fly, like as the development process went?
Oh, I think we knew about that super early.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's called pre-production. I got downvoted on Reddit for saying you should have better arguments than just racism and Tez. Well, how come no, there's not a good way for me to spin that joke. I talked to the Argonians and I didn't really understand why they were forced on the Winterfront. Felt forced and stupid. It felt unfinished, is how I would put it. There's a mod that adds a town cry or solitude and part of the Imperial propaganda. He says that at night, Ulfric transforms into a were creature and hunts the citizens of his own city. That's funny. What mod is that? I almost feel like that's one of those mods I should slip into the game and not kind of address. Why would the Argonians live in Windhelm? It just seems like a bad idea. Like, not even from a racism standpoint, from like a climate standpoint.
The Civil War was sort of the backdrop for the whole game. We knew that. And we knew that you as the player, you weren't going to necessarily end the Civil War, but you could like help shift things a little.
Am I missing something here? You weren't going to end the Civil War? What do you mean no is not a good example? I heard from a guy on Twitter who hates Noah Caldwell Gervais with a passion. He holds him in a book of grudges. That Noah Caldwell Gervais, at night, turns into a werewolf and goes out and kills Dunmer children in Seattle. I just want to say these are allegations. You definitely end the Civil War by killing you definitely don't end the Civil War by killing Tullius, but you definitely do by killing Ulfric. I mean, what's the Legion going to do? Their top guy died. And they're pushed out of Skyrim. Once the Legion's out of Skyrim, it's the same with that Aldmeri thing. It's hard to really imagine them being able to invade again. Or to even justify continuing the military conflict. Because it's either continue fighting a petty war with the Stormcloaks, or and strengthen your position against the Aldmeri Dominion, or stop fighting the war with the Stormcloaks and start taking steps towards like forming a military alliance with an independent Skyrim, so that you have a military ally, which I think was the implication with the Vici wedding.
Because we wanted that conflict as part of the story, but it wasn't the main part of the story. The main part is that you're Dragonborn and you have to defeat Alduin. So yeah, that setting, that was part of the setting and always there. That was one of the early ideas. That and being Dragonborn, I think, were the two main things that started the story.
It's fun too, writing something with so much established fiction. So a lot of the cities and settlements are things that were referenced previously, either in earlier games or in books of other games. So we would have like one sentence that we would then have to expound upon for the entire city.
The Dragonborn part 2 was important in this game because with Oblivion, you were just sort of an accidental hero. You were in a jail cell and you weren't anybody special. And then
that's one way to pitch that story. All right, so what's wrong with this? It is accurate to say that the player's involvement in the main story is accidental, but it's not an accident to keep working for the Empire, or keep working for the Blades in service of the Empire afterwards. Like it's pretty clear that you're a kind of heroic person after that. This is like saying that you accidentally fucked your sister. Like what? Did the hero of Kvatch like slip on a banana peel and pull the sigil stone out of place, and then like as he was trying to recover, he escaped from the Oblivion Gate and like ran into Martin Septim and like pulled him around in a giant slapstick comedy act all the way up to Wayne and Priory. He just kept tripping and falling over. It was an accident.
All the way back to Morrowind, you were like the reincarnation of a god. So we went from you were a very special character.
There's a lot to unpack there. I'm sorry. I thought the dumb was gonna stop at the player being an accidental hero. But now the Nerevarine is a reincarnation of a god. Canon confirmed. Remember, these aren't lore people. They're just like senior producers and designers.
Character to kind of
Is he gonna say something about how the Daggerfall protagonist was like, God, what would even be applicable to the Daggerfall protagonist? I'm really curious how he would spin that one.
of a nobody who becomes a hero to then kind of coming back to this game and saying, yeah, there's something actually special about you again, and why you're the one who's gonna save the world ultimately. So it's kind of fun, I guess, going through all the games and doing something different.
Great job, Chris, but if he were a normal player, he would be stripping this area. Like, he would be stealing everything right now. It's my understanding that people, because that's what I do, I steal everything and I sell it all when I get out, so I have enough money. You know, we try to say yes to the player. So can I open this? Yes. Can I take all of this stuff? Yes.
Yeah, we tried to make all the clutter have purpose too. Right. It wasn't just like, oh, here's things that you don't interact with. You know, all the items had value or were useful in some way. And I think that's really important. Like, you can root through it.
Him saying doing something different with each games isn't a bad take, though. Yeah, but it's like true in minor detail, because it's like the player character of Morrowind was pretty close to the Dragonborn in terms of like their heroic value in the story. You were basically like, I know people like the are you or aren't you the chosen one, but it's like remember, the point of Morrowind is the Nerevarine is the guy who does the thing. And you aren't that role until you do the thing. So it's like, it's not really that new. And plus, like, the new thing that they're doing is the player is the chosen one who will save the day.
Everybody's stuff and steal it and do something with it, or at least sell it.
See if you can get it open with some picks.
Lockpicks.
Yeah, so this is us introducing you to how the lockpicking minigame works.
Nothing feels better than getting that right, like on the first try.
Grab what you can and let
Yeah, especially on the master locks when you don't have any perks in lockpicking. as the character in Morrowind, you have to fulfill the prophecy. In Skyrim, you're already the Dragonborn. Even if you skip the main quest, you still get dragon shots from walls. Yes, but you aren't the last Dragonborn until you finish the main quest. So that's kind of a weird, disingenuous argument to make, that like you also don't have to complete the main quest of Morrowind. I mean, I get what you're saying, because you get the Dragonborn powers before you defeat Alduin, but it's like, the way that most people look at it is that the player character does everything in canon as is, so...
What are some of your favorite moments from developing the game?
It's hard to say. I think a lot of it really is, we all are working on various parts, and you don't see the game until things start coming together at the end. And it wasn't...
This is all making of documentary footage, by the way. Whenever they cut off, I think almost all of that is from the making of.
Until you started seeing like the combat come together with spells, with the world, with all the game systems. There's a moment when you're making the game where it's like, oh, it's how all that stuff came together and is actually fun and interesting. It's like a switch goes off. Like, oh, okay, now everyone can see what the game is and react to it and make it.
For the Elder Scrolls Skyrim is a full, highest rating that I can issue, 10 out of 10. And it easily earns the badass seal of approval.
Gotta refresh.
Better.
Yeah, and you get to a point where there's so many pieces, and then you get to see how people put the pieces together. Like, our level designers are great. Like, I remember we're playtesting one time and you're in a cave, and then all of a sudden there's a giant tower right in the middle of it, and it tells a whole story right there, right? What happened to this big stonework that's in the bottom of this cave now.
Yeah.
But what's the story? The story is that there's a tower in a cave. The PC of Skyrim and Morrowind are Schrodinger's protagonists. Yeah, wasn't there somebody in the Discord today who was talking about how you need to understand quantum physics to get Elder Scrolls lore? I mean, this is the low bar of what a story is there's a tower in a cave, dot. It's a story. Like, okay. I could literally open the creation kit and in a minute tell like 1,000 stories if this is the metric that we're counting them by. No wonder they love the Creation Club stuff. Because the Creation Club stuff is a long way. Almost all of the creations are, there's a dude and he has Chrysamere and you fight him. And then that's, I assume that like because there's 3 parts to that story, that's like a high work of fiction. Do you think that simplification is due to a strong emphasis on spectacle than substance, like the tower is visually interesting, it sells the game? I would absolutely say that's the case. How many times in the Salt Factory video did we point out that what was amusing him wasn't particularly depth mechanics or good storytelling? Almost everything that he praised about Skyrim would be, this thing looked cool, or this thing was cool. So I'm sure, yeah, because there's the dungeon where you get the Horn of Jurgen Windcaller has that big cave chamber that you go to, and he like specifically pointed out that like he really liked that because of the appeal of the area. So I think they understand their target demographic. I got to get that Space Core mod. That's official Bethesda content. I got to put that in the Anniversary Edition. Don't forget Salt loved the 3 different footstep sounds. Well, that's such a weird thing too, is... And then later he complained about like the sound mixing in engineering, so... Well, I'm just using Salt as a point because I think White Light was guilty of it too. Yeah, White Light said something to the effect of kill cams are endlessly satisfying. Like, the spectacle is the story. Yeah, I think you're probably right, because Joseph Anderson was right about that in Fallout 4, and you do see that in Skyrim. There's a whiteboard. Someone like takes a magnet and in Sharpie writes an idea and chucks it at the whiteboard, and then that's the extent of it. There's a tower in a cave, throw it on the whiteboard, and then somebody implements it, but it's like all you had was one note on a whiteboard. So it's like, I'm making this dungeon, I'll just put the tower in the cave, and that's the story.
Absolutely. The way we make games, in that it's such a huge world and we have a big team that has to like fill out all these spaces, you never kind of know what everybody's going to do because there's so many areas to make. And the level designers can go build something and like mix and match all different sets and caves and architecture and just make really, really cool stuff that you don't see for a while, you know, when you're working on the game. And it's like, oh, I didn't know we had this whole area over here that does this. It's, in a way, like as a developer, you're exploring the game the way a player would because it's so huge.
That kind of leads into my next question of what is your favorite example of like an Easter egg or environmental storytelling that you've found in the game while playing?
One of our clutter artists had taken the cheese wheel.
I like how many bathrooms there are in Skyrim. Am I going to bring up the Boethia quest cut content? Probably. He's describing my time working on the Warcraft 3 level editor. Yeah, he's describing working on any level editor, honestly. No, you mistake me. I think that it's a good thing that there are dungeons in Skyrim that have bathrooms, because it shows that at least the designer had a level of thoughtfulness. Like, oh yeah, where were the people taking their shits up until this point? And like, I think like Ember Shard Mine has a toilet.
Which had a wedge out of it, and then a bunch of little cream puffs, and you would have to look at it from above, but it was the cheese wheel and the little cream puff stacked side, so it looked like Pac-Man, but only if you looked at it from a certain angle.
Get it?
I feel like a lot of people on the team probably have that idea that nobody...
Oh, you missed like the ectoplasm or wisp essence or whatever that is.
is going to find something that they added like a little touch to, but like the community is all about it and they find like everything, and that's probably like those aha moments that did happen in the game. I have a community question from the Josh Utley, or the Josh Utley. Sorry if I butchered your name.
I'm not gonna bust him for not knowing that it was garlic. Like, come on, he's recalling something that had happened a decade prior. Like, he got the cheese wheel part right, and he just wanted to know, like, hey, somebody implemented Pac-Man in one place as an Easter egg.
What have been some of the things that players have done that you said, that made you say, I didn't know you could do that?
It's something funny, and it became kind of a joke, is that you could take the bucket and end up putting it on an NPC's head, and then they wouldn't be able to see you because that's how our detection works. They actually are looking through their eyes, looking for the player, and then you could...
I'm gonna call bullshit on that, but sure.
Steal everything in their house. And I made that bucket, and I had no idea that that's where that was going to end up.
I made that bucket. Okay. I mean, I always like to mark down when people make stuff, because I know the guy who made Kvatch. I didn't comment on it, but yeah, it's Matt. Matt made the bucket. Very important. This is why the videos are 12 hours long, because I have one sentence in there where I go, meet Matt Carafano, lead designer and the person responsible for this bucket. The basket works better. You can find a big basket that you can throw over them, because they'll get the bucket off their head sometimes.
But it was one of our early clutter assets, you know, things we put around the world, and I wanted to make sure the physics worked right on it so we could pile stuff into it. But I had no idea people would just like turn it over and like place it on people's heads to rob the world blind. That was hilarious.
I'm a master criminal.
The exit to character gen, yes. So we spent a lot of time on this because now you're free, you're open to the world.
Yes, I can tell that you spent a lot of time on this, because everybody fucking talks about this moment. Oh, the world's open. You can go literally anywhere. I think they must have cut something. They must have cut like a racist tirade about how the Argonians on the Windhelm waterfront need to go back to being farm equipment for the Dunmer and the Grey Quarter again.
And we wanted to present it that way, like here's this path that kind of leads off into the world, and there's a nice big reveal and a really, you know, epic view, and it gives the player the sense that like, hey, welcome to the world, and you can go anywhere, you can go play anywhere you want.
It almost seems to entice you with the paths there, but then you also can see Bleak Falls in the background, so you're probably like encouraged almost to want to go there first, even though the path is leading you somewhere else.
You're encouraged to go to the main quest place.
Yeah, we actually had to write this segment a few different times, because originally we had Hadvar Ralof would, you know, offer to come with you because you just escaped this harrowing experience together. But when we did that, everyone felt obligated to have to go to the next spot, and then it wasn't the big open offer to come with you different times.
It's leading you somewhere else.
Yeah, we actually had to write this segment a few different times, because originally we had Hadvar Ralof would, you know, offer to come with you because you just escaped this harrowing experience together. But when we did that, everyone felt obligated to have to go to the next spot. And
I'll be pleased to include this part.
And then it wasn't the big open adventure the way we normally would have it. So we ended up having him say, okay, I'm going to go off on my own. You can follow me if you want.
Which makes no fucking sense.
So that it's a little bit more at your discretion where you want to go. The game's not trying to tell you to go anywhere.
Yeah, that line was definitely the nod of like, hey, you can do whatever you want now, but if you want me, I'm heading to this town. Whenever you want to do the main quest, I'll be there. Yeah.
I mean, just looking at the scene when you walk out, you know, something that makes this new for us with Skyrim is the verticality of the world. You know, you're able to see these maps.
And again, I'll say it again. You're at a crossroads. This guy tells you to fuck off. To your right, you see the road goes up to Helgen, currently on fire. To the left, it goes to the middle of the woods. To the center, it goes to Riverwood, where you were told that civilization exists.
Mountains, like real mountains this time that you have to actually climb up, and the weather changes. And it's that joke of, you know, Todd saying, if you see that mountain, you can climb it. And that when I first got out of character, that's the first thing I wanted to do, was just to go up that mountain and see what was up there. And we do all this work for these NPCs that run around the world and stuff. Like, he has a lot of stuff to stay everywhere.
Oh yeah.
And I bet you 99% of people never see him. Right. One day, I just for fun, I followed him and I saw all these things that had happened. And I went, oh my God, all this effort.
Oh yeah, he has a whole family there. same with Rayloff, right? Like Rayloff and Hadvar are from the same village. They have family that's there when they.
Who doesn't know this? Who's this 99% of people who didn't do this? You didn't do this? You didn't follow the guy? Never, when you played Skyrim, you never followed him down the road. You never went to Riverwood. You didn't know that the guy had a family there?
They escape. They go. They sit down, tell them what happened. Yeah, exactly. They introduce you like this is my uncle.
There's a whole story. They'll give you gifts. They'll be like, hey, here's a gift. I'm like, you just gave me something.
Like you saved my nephew's life. You
Exactly.
take what I got. Yeah.
And now I'm gonna steal you. I'm gonna rob you blind now and steal the rest of your stuff.
Well, it's my.
I feel like they're lying. Like they're pretending to be surprised at all this stuff that they added.
Is yours.
Yeah, exactly.
There's dragons, so we have different priorities now.
What was the main inspiration for the look and feel of Skyrim versus other Tamriel provinces?
Well, I think a lot of it is thinking about like what kind of world the Nords live in, and we sort of settled on this term. We internally called it epic reality, and what that really means is it's very picturesque and scenic, kind of all the time. So we wanted
burn it down. I know what you're referring to.
Really dramatic views, and the world kind of dictates that, and then we figure out then how the people live in this world and how they would look, so how the Nords dress.
There, I wrote it down.
What they wear.
No, not chop his head off. Chop his fucking head off!
What their history is. We try to layer in a lot of the culture around you of the Nords, from the ancient ruins we're heading up to now, all the way to like how they live now in the cities. And a lot of that, like the Nordic ruins.
I didn't think they would go this far. I thought they would just do the introduction. I didn't know they count the opening of Skyrim as going through Riverwood, not talking to anybody, and then going up to Bleak Falls Barrow.
Some of the inspiration there was like Egyptian ruins.
Oh, cool.
And we were talking to Adam about like how do we come up with what's an ancient Nordic, ruin? What would it be? And we wanted it to be like big stone, like buildings that were would stand the test of time, like the pyramids or something like that.
Look at these
but not
chonkers.
iconic in that way. And he.
Wish they had put these in the game.
He ultimately came up with this idea of these sort of rib shapes. So it was sort of like giant dragon ribs.
Oh, that's cool.
That would line the ridge of mountains. So we sort of imagined them as like dead dragon temples all across the world. That's sort of where the shapes came from. With a lot of cool like iconography inside, much like you'd see in something in Egypt. So I don't know, it was like a weird roundabout way to get there, but we wanted to sort of invent something that was inspired by other things.
Do you have a favorite region?
I think it just changes as I play. I don't know why that is. I don't know, it depends. I think actually the classic kind of pine forest mountains that we're in now, I think to me is the most iconic Skyrim.
He said, pointing at them in Bleak Falls Barrow. I know what he means, but that's just funny. You know what a lot of players actually wouldn't have seen? The scene where Delphine talks to Farengar, because I think most people already have the Dragonstone when they meet him. Yes, but I've seen that scene a fair few times. I think a lot of people... You could probably blow the mind of one or two people by saying, hey, that chick that was talking to Farengar when you gave him the Dragonstone was actually Delphine. Because they might not have noticed. Yeah, these are really boilerplate questions. Like, what's your favorite region? And it's like, I don't... no, stop. Ask him questions about like the behind the scenes development stuff. Don't ask him like what his favorite outcome was. Like these are such marketing questions when what we want is kind of like behind the scenes dirt. No, nobody knew who Delphine was their first playthrough because her character introduction's after that point. It's just kind of like a neat thing you can notice.
Coming up to the ruins, stuff like this. But it's nice to, you know, get out into the tundra and have big open views or get up into where it's, you know, snowing and icy. I don't know, all of it's got its own kind of feel.
Yeah, I spent a lot of time.
I mean, you can look at her and it'll tell you that she's Delphine. But most people the first time don't have a basis to know who that is, so it's just this random person. Matt, you can take this question. Why do the Red Guards have a lower intelligence score than the rest of the races? Go ahead.
In the Reach, because I was doing a lot of writing for the city of Markarth, and that was nice because it was so different.
Okay, that's interesting to know. Bethesda doesn't do dirt? Yeah, I know. Yeah, it's like pulling teeth to get them to try and reveal information about the development.
Is a full, highest rating that I can issue, 10 out of 10. And it easily earns the badass seal of approval.
Do you seriously think they'll just openly disclose any development information? Yes. They do it. Like, people do it all the time. Like, what kind of question is that? Like, yeah, most companies, you know, 5 or 6 years after the fact, will have developers who are talking about behind the scenes stuff. Like, I had one of the world artists who worked on Oblivion telling me about the tech they used to do the forest in that game. Like, you act like the industry is just this tight-lipped place where they don't reveal like these damning trade secrets, and it's like, no, I'm not going for damning trade secrets. I'm going for like who was the one that had the idea that Red Guards aren't considered a race of men?
You had all the Dwemer ruins, and they, you know, built a lot of stuff out of the dungeon kit and just jammed it into the settlement kit.
The Dwemer stuff too was pretty cool because we have this sort of, I don't know if there's a map, but we know the migration of the dwarves and where they came from. You know, so we have them all in Morrowind and then coming through the mountains. So that's how we kind of put the dwarven stuff more heavily into the Reach, because that's where they would have traveled.
All right, let me understand your logic here. They started in Morrowind and they went west, and so most of the ruins are in the Reach, which is in the far west of Skyrim. Yeah, it checks out to me. No, nothing wrong with that. He might have just meant the Rift. They're talking about Markarth actively right now. He didn't say the wrong thing.
I don't know that anyone would know that or care, but it was pretty cool in building the world. Like, oh, let's put a lot more dwarven stuff on, you know, the western side of Skyrim.
How about you, Ashley? Do you have a favorite region?
So usually my go-to is I'll be in Whiterun, I'll take a carriage over to Riften, and I'll do the walk Riften basically towards the throat of the world, right? So basically you're walking through like this fall foliage, it's beautiful. There's a lot of fun stuff to do on the way. Then you hit the mountain and you just start going up all the steps to the throat of the world to do that part of the main quest. And so I've always really enjoyed that walk. During development, everyone playtests the game, and usually what I'll do is we'll go, hey, Will, you're gonna play the Thieves Guild this time. Matt, you're gonna play the Mages Guild. I remember playing a lot of Thieves Guild, so I was out in Riften a lot.
Yeah, I think that area, that Fall Forest region, we were trying to make it sort of the prettiest area in the game, if that makes sense, and it's the most like relaxing, whereas everything else is a lot harsher. So that was kind of the
It's a weird sentence, I know, but it makes sense to me. All right.
contrast region to be like, it's nice over here. And then the cool part was you go to the city and you find out actually it's kind of a terrible city. And this is where the Thieves Guild's living. They're all, on the lower level of the city. Yeah.
Greenlock's horrible.
We did that on purpose. We wanted it to the contrast of like, hey, that city is actually kind of bad, but it's in the pretty.
So, Riften wasn't a terrible place to live because of, like, the established lore of Riften being the home of a branch of the Thieves Guild. Riften is a terrible place to live because the Rift is pretty. I think the Reach looks better, too. I would agree. I like that kind of... It's got that West Gash aesthetic, I think. Is the deal.
Prettiest location.
I kind of like that even more. Do you have a favorite dungeon? There's so many of them to explore that have like kind of different features in them.
I don't know, there's tons of awesome dungeons in the game, but I actually think like Blackreach is really cool because it's so expansive and it's a surprise. It wasn't something we showed, and it was a cool moment where the player's like, okay, I've seen the map, I kind of get what this game is, and then like you go underground and stumble into it, and you're like, wait, this place is huge, and there, there's all these little like hidden parts to it. I think that's really cool when you do something that's
the only answer. If I asked you what your favorite dungeon was and you answered the Blackreach, I would expect that. So he just kind of... Yeah, I feel like Blackreach needed more. I mean, what else could he have said? Labyrinthian? He could have had a favorite from development. Maybe something that he made. Maybe something that he had a personal connection to. Like, oh, the day that my son was born, I was working on this dungeon. Or something like that. Answer, like... If I was to hire a guy to pretend to be a Bethesda employee who only had the experience of playing Skyrim to answer these questions, that guy would answer Blackreach.
it's like a surprise that's that big.
And this is where I believe you first see Draugr if you're going down the main path. What was the inspiration behind them?
Well, I mean, for one, they were in Morrowind, so not really a Skyrim original. The Dragon Priest Ruin in the Rift is probably your favorite. Yeah, it's hard to say what my favorite would be without kind of I mean, the Veil is Dawnguard. And the thing with is like so Blackreach, the Soul Care and the Veil, those are weird answers to give because they're not really dungeons as much as they are just like hidden zones. It's sort of like saying that like Solstheim is your favorite dungeon. There's the one that's in Hjal March, and it opens, and there's like those weird energy balls that like just kind of roll around on the ground. I remember that dungeon being kind of cool. I wouldn't say all the DLC dungeons were good because they added a couple ones that were not part of the main quest that are not so good. Like there's one that has no lighting in it. It's just now, don't mistake me. It's not that it's supposed to be dark. It's that it's just a mine that is just dim. It's like there's no lighting to it. It's like I don't know how to explain it if you've never made a game before, but it's like unbaked lighting.
We wanted to have, you know, undead, and we'd had Draugr before. I think we put them in Blood Moon, the expansion for Morrowind, so that's going way back. And it's a different take. Like they're not skeletons, they're not this. They're more of like mummified warriors, but we didn't want them to be slow moving. We wanted them to have, you know, be action oriented combat.
Terrifying.
Yeah, and they're sort of the guardians of these ancient temples. They're buried there.
I remember during Skyrim going back to Blood Moon
he cut away.
and referencing a lot of that design and art from that.
Yeah,
just to figure out, like,
I heard him heal.
What did we do? How do we make that?
Yeah, early on it was kind of our own.
Hey, where'd all these new Draugr come from? That's weird.
Our only big example of something that we've done before, unless you go back to the really, really old games. And other than there, you just know, all right, well, it's a snowy region. It's you know, there's not as much you can pull from that. You can pull more of the lore, but not the setting as much.
Right.
Okay, so basically the answer is we included Draugr because they're undead. I really like the undead. I'm gonna put a few of these down. I love using these guys.
Right.
So this room holds the distinction of being the room with the most developer deaths. Because we were
true.
We were
It feels like a
tuning.
death trap.
That is true.
We were tuning the balance specifically when we hit this room,
Yes.
and we kept changing the number of Draugr here, the placement of the oil.
So the official filter for Bethesda employees is this room. No, Draugr have a basis, and don't mistake me, they have a basis, but their rationale for including the Draugr is we want undead things.
Trap. I think, yeah, we ran through, would just die 10, 12 times over, take a ton of notes, and do it all over again.
The thing I like about this dungeon too is if you just do this dungeon out of character gen, you got enough of everything. You got armor, you got weapons, you have spells, you'll have.
Yeah, it's this is painting a really bleak picture for Bethesda.
Leveled up I think you level up like 2 or 3 times in this dungeon. I died a lot in this encounter too, actually. I hated this boss.
The dragon.
This is Ashley Ching's filter. We want brick shithouse damage sponge Draugr to be 50% of what you fight past level 30. Yeah, well, yeah, I'm like, the only way it could be worse is, and it might, people would love him for it, is if the Bethesda employees were just like super blunt and honest, and it's like, dude, we want you to fight we didn't have the time to make fucking enemy variety, so yeah, we had you fight the same fucking enemy types over and over. What are you, stupid? Yeah, of course most of the enemies are Draugr, and guess what? We're rolling in cash because of it. So it's not like we needed to diversify. Stupid idiot. So it's like every interview with Todd Howard, he's like just calling the interviewer just a fucking ingrate. What was the inspiration for the dragons? Well, we were playing because he's eating McDonald's. We were playing a lot of World of Warcraft at the time, and they got a bunch of dragons in that Wrath of the Lich King DLC. That was the real inspiration for like all the Nordic shit. Is like we played a shit ton of World of Warcraft. You know, not just outside of work, but at work we were doing raids and stuff. You know, that's just Bethesda motto: play WoW at work. There was a there's a comedy bit where it's Valve or like Gearbox that they like portray it like that.
Priest.
Yes. I would actually intentionally, I would wait to hit the word wall. I would do everything. I would basically get everything, get all set up,
That's
do
how I
everything,
played as well.
Everything, and then
pick everything up, yeah, and then do the word wall, and then go, okay, here we go.
Yeah, I know that the dragons in fucking World of Warcraft aren't like the wyverns that we created, okay? Our wyverns are based on a movie, you fucking idiot. I'm just saying, we started the idea when we were playing World of Warcraft, okay? We were in that main zone, that main dragon zone. I don't know what the name of it is. I'm not a fucking nerd. We were in that main dragon zone, and we were running that raid, that 20-man raid, where you kill the 4 fire dragons, okay? Okay? It's that simple. Fucking idiot.
Don't die.
I do keep away, and I would try to like run around and like just hit him from time to time if I'm too low, and then like run away and go and then like come back later.
Yeah.
I think we have enough time to maybe get through this one guy, and as was tend to be the case with Skyrim, we got lost with time, so we'll have to come back again and maybe do another follow-up panel where we go to Whiterun.
Yeah, exactly.
No, you fucking idiot. I'm not angry. I'm rolling in cash. Okay? Billions of dollars. Spell it. Billions with a B. B for beta, which is what you are. Billions from Microsoft for doing what I do. Okay? I make this shit, you eat it up. I release it again, you buy it again. It's that simple.
Oh no, he's coming pretty well. Way to go, Chris. Thank you to Ashley, Matt, and Will for chatting with us.
That guy was so excited to get the chance to be in the limelight, and he gets a thumbs up.
Today, and Chris for helping us through the game journey. We have more Skyrim to come this weekend. Join us tomorrow for a Skyrim fun run with none other than Gus Johnson.
Gus Johnson? Who the fuck is Gus Johnson? Like Rooster Teeth Gus Johnson? I know a Wes. Am I just having a boomer moment? Oh, Gus Johnson. Oh. Oof. Why is that the one of all people that you picked? Like, what? Okay, so August was like 8 months ago or something, right? I'm trying to look through this giant clusterfuck of a YouTube channel that Bethesda runs. What character from Skyrim would you want to interview? Ulfric Stormcloak. I'd ask him, what's the deal with all these fucking lizards that you allow in your city. Okay? I just want to go to Windhelm one time and not be harassed by lizards when I go through the port district. Okay? I'm just looking for good seafood. Looking for good seafood. Don't want to be told about how bad they got it because they're not allowed to live in the walls. Okay? If they lived in the walls, they'd be mad that they would go live right back out in the port. Of course it isn't in the city. I'm going to the waterfront. I'm trying to get some fresh fucking salmon. Okay? What video was that? That was reliving the opening of Skyrim with the creators from Bethesda Game Studios. All right, we give that video a...
Is a full, highest rating that I can issue, 10 out of 10. And it easily earns the badass seal of approval.
I think that video was probably better than any of the fucking Skyrim videos we've seen. I'm not gonna lie. Bit rough here. All right, so I'm going to put that on, take that off, grab us a link. Here's the spreadsheet. Okay. I'm gonna give you guys a poll here. We're gonna decide what source to read first. Question mark. Now, we got Eurogamer, we got GameInformer, and we got I think it's a fan interview on the Nexus forums, or it's a re-upload or something. So go ahead, give us a vote. Is it kosher to eat Breton ass? It depends on what race you are. If you're a God's honest man, then there's nothing wrong with it. But if you're one of those orcs, then I don't know what to tell you. All right, so the votes are in. Nexus forums with 50%. GameInformer with 25%, Eurogamer with 23%. Big oofs. Big oofs. I have no clue how this Nexus forum thing is gonna go. Oh, I saved the work in progress. Let me just make sure I grab the right link. Put that in the spreadsheet. There we go. Okay. So this was posted on the Nexus forums. It's supposedly an interview transcript from the GameInformer podcast. I'd like to get my hands on that podcast if possible, but I don't think that I have it yet. Because the only podcasts I have right now are I have all the Bethesda podcasts downloaded, and we're gonna listen to it at some point. So I know that Zaldier posted a link to this in another topic, but I requested that Vampiri let me post this transcript here the day before, which I simply didn't post here out of respect for his tedious work, and just got the go-ahead from him. I did not in any way make this. I'm just posting it here for the convenience of our members. From Vampiri at the Bethsoft forums, here's the transcript of Todd Howard's interview with GameInformer. Alrighty. Just to reduce the vagueness and ambiguity of some of the summaries of the podcast we've been seeing, and just so those who don't have decent connections can see this information revealed without having to wait forever for the podcast to stream. Note, this is not a magazine or paid site transcript. It's a transcript of a freely available audio podcast. If it's not available from GameInformer, Ben Hansen of MinMax might still have it. Well, I'm lazy. I want somebody give it to me. So, the first question is, are there going to be spears in the game? And Todd Howard responds,
There are not spears in the classic spear sense. I am sorry, there currently are not. Something like spears is really cool, but with where we're putting our time with the other weapons, it just didn't make the cut.
So, this is a bit awkward. Hang on. Move you up. Okay. Then we can... That's probably the happy medium. Okay, so, Game Informer podcast transcript. Spears? No time, bro. I bet they would have added spears if Game of Thrones Season 4 had been out by then. Are there any other kind of hints you can give us about the directions of, like, the types of weapons people are going to be able to play with? Todd Howard responds.
The main thing that I can say is that, they go back to, we had X weapon types in Daggerfall, then X weapon types in Morrowind, and Oblivion had its own, and Skyrim had its own. And anytime there's something that we stop doing, whether that's spears, having a skill for that, or crossbows and things like that, we tend to each time start over. And we want to find weapon types with this game that really yield gameplay. So those skills are separate. There's a two-handed weapon skill, there's a one-handed weapon skill, and there's an archery skill.
Well, I think that pretty neatly, yeah, these things are true. So what's the sentiment of the first paragraph? We had X weapon types in Daggerfall, then X weapon types in Morrowind, and Oblivion had its own, and Skyrim had its own. Anytime there's something we stop doing, whether it's spears, having a skill for that, or crossbows, we tend to each time start over. Okay, so I think what he's bungling here is every time they make an Elder Scrolls game, they like start over from scratch. And so it's not a matter of X game had this, so it just automatically gets ported over. But he's answering it like a really weird way.
The main thing that I can say, there's a two-handed weapon skill, because those really are playstyles. I'm going to use a one-handed weapon and then either cast magic with my other hand, or I'm going to use a shield, or I'm going to use a two-handed weapon, where it's going to fill both those slots, obviously, two-handed. Within each of these skills, there are perks. They're perks, but they're not like Fallout, in that each skill has its own perk tree. Take one-handed for instance. You have a one-handed skill, and then you can perk that. There's a skill tree underneath one-handed. And within that there are separate perk areas for maces, and then axes, and then swords. So as opposed to having say an axe skill, that is a part of the perk tree within one-handed. It gives us a better balance. You can say, well, I like one-handed stuff, and then you can start specializing as you raise that skill.
Yeah, that's basically that's how it is. Use French text-to-speech to make it feel more realistic. Well, you can try that, sure. Are you able to be a werewolf in Skyrim? Where's okay.
We're fan of that stuff well, and we're currently messing with all that. I don't want to commit to here are the things you can change into and what they're like right now. Not because we're not doing it or not attempting to, I just don't know honestly where that's going to end up and how deep we're going to get into that. We will try seeing it, and if we don't feel it helping the game, there are other areas we'd like to spend our time on in the game.
Okay, so the weird thing is, they seemed on the fence about whether or not they were going to do whether or not they
We will try.
Hang on. They seemed on the fence about whether or not they were going to do werewolves up until the very end, and I think that kind of reflects on where they ended up.
Eh bot. Du un peu ET.
Morning, Pat. Good morning. Where is it morning? Let's see Todd Howard's business card. People are curious about mounts. Are we going to see a return to mounts? What do you mean a return to mounts? Who asked that? Somebody who, like, didn't... Big Morrowind fan who didn't even know that there was a Elder Scrolls 4. Australia? Is that an option? I didn't... Okay, when I thought that these would, like, read it out in that language. I didn't know that they had text-to-speech devices so that you could listen to them talk in racist accents. Australian woman, perfect.
Something we're messing with, and we don't know where it's going to end up. There were things with the Oblivion horses. We liked having them, they weren't the greatest implementation of horses. And now you see things come out like Red Dead. There are more horses in games, and we feel like just the basic implementation we did in Oblivion isn't going to be good enough. We are currently attempting things with that, and I don't know where it's going to end up.
I feel like we're going to get a lot of, we don't know where that's going to end up. Horses, we don't know. But the weird thing is, okay, Oblivion didn't have werewolves, so werewolves being weird in Skyrim kind of makes sense. But the horses being weird in Skyrim doesn't make sense because they had Oblivion horses, and sure, they weren't Red Dead horses, but like they were animated well. Whereas the Skyrim horses just feel like they just feel like extensions of the player movement instead of their own creatures. The text-to-speech reads what you tell it to, the way you're supposed to read the letters, combination of letters, in whatever language you ask it to. I don't know about the Australian, American, UK thing. What you were looking at the Oblivion mounts, what were the things that stood out as being the kind of problems for you that you shouldn't put into Skyrim unless you could fix it? And this time we're going to give him a German accent.
Mostly I would say controls in the field that you are not in some sort of battlefield jeep. You are riding an animal. Just the feeling of doing it. But a world without them feels a little weird. We definitely want to have them. We don't know yet what you're going to be able to do with them and to what level.
So, still more, but, quote, you are not in some sort of battlefield jeep. Because again, the horses in Skyrim feel more stilted than they do in Oblivion. Yeah, of course you like the French one. It reminds you of home. Are you going to be able to craft spells, potions, and other items? We got Canadian French girl this time.
We do have crafting within each discipline now. We do have smithing, enchanting is back a skill, and then alchemy or sort of treating. It doesn't matter that much anymore. Stealth, magic, combat categories, but sort of in our stealth category now. We have a blended skill list, so alchemy is sort of the most magical of the stealth skills. And then we have low of other things that are not skill-based that you can craft, like cooking and things like that.
So, crafting, yes, universal stuff. The real reason they didn't do Test 6 was to milk ESO. Probably. most magical of the stealth skills. He didn't mean it that way. One thing that when I was down to see you guys at the studio was stuff related to how the spells would interact with each other and that kind of thing. And I would suspect that the results of your experimentation on that would have an effect on whether or not you would have anything like spellcrafting, right? All right, so this is the spellcrafting question. And it's a long one, so might want an American accent, or at least a British accent. Oh god. There's a British voice called Benjamin.
Yeah, spellcrafting is a real wild card. Something that we've done a lot. And there are pluses and minuses to it. We have some ideas that we really like on how to solve that, and I don't know where that's going to go. But the thing that we don't like about the previous systems that we've done, is it becomes very spreadsheety. It takes the magic out of magic. You got to see the game, but your listeners haven't. There's a bigger emphasis on how the magic physically acts. Just a spell like fire, there are different spells for how the fire moves. Like putting down a rune that explodes when you walk over it. Or fire you can spray that lingers on the ground, like you're spraying a wall, and you can spray the ceiling. Or fire that travels like a flamethrower out of your hands. Or a fireball that you charge up and throw and it explodes at a distance. So our main goal is to make magic feel like this arcane powerful thing. And once it goes into a spreadsheet in the game where you can just say I want something at this distance and this power, it removes the illusion of like how this stuff actually works. So we have some ideas of ways around that, but we don't know where those are going to go yet.
We don't know where they're going to go yet, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, spellcrafting is a real wild card. Something that we've done a lot. And there are pluses and...
We hit the 30,000 word limit. Oof. How have we already hit the 30,000 word limit? You gotta be shitting me. And they don't even ask for a credit card. It's just, you're fucked.
Turn text into lifelike speech. Yeah, spellcraft. Yeah, spellcrafting is a real wild card.
All right, hang on. Where were we at? Okay, this part.
So our main goal is to make magic feel like this arcane powerful thing. And once it goes into a spreadsheet in the game where you can just say I want something at this distance and this power, it removes the illusion of like how this stuff actually works. So we have some ideas of ways around that, but we don't know where those are going to go yet.
We just don't know.
We do have the benefit of, we're really happy with how the magic plays in the game, both visually and mechanically. And then being able to do it with both hands.
Well, you know, I've been telling you about these YouTube notifications. You cannot trust them to, they're fine. They work fine for videos. Big asterisks on that, but they work fine for videos insofar as videos aren't particularly time sensitive. They work less so for streams, and so you can end up being like hours late to something that is intended to be a sort of live experience. I do not use notifications, I just have to remember. Yeah, and that's why I'm trying to do as consistent a schedule as possible, with the exception being that this coming Wednesday, which is different due to active developments with the Skyrim. It can't be helped. What can you do?
There are opportunities there for combinations and things you can do without getting into the spreadsheet aspect of it. Which I do know some people like, but it does take away from the impact of the spells that you're finding and mechanically how they work.
Oh, okay, Todd. You can do that anyways, though. It takes away from the impact of magic to know how they work. Okay? So, Todd Howard's sentiment here is, if you understand how a gun in a game works, then the gun no longer has any impact. What's happening Wednesday? Reddit AMA. Within the one-handed skill tree, you've got these different perks for maces and axes and swords and so on. Within the magic system, is it kind of similar? Is it by school that you're perking up, or is it individually, like I've got fire spells and I'm going to perk fire spells? Okay.
Well, there's the school destruction, so that covers like a category of spells, and then within destruction there are perks for fire-based spells. So people see we've removed mysticism, but that's just a label, right?
Yeah, age is just a label. Yeah, I'm gonna go, how about this? Let's refresh. Let me make sure I take this out so that we don't repeat it. I'm gonna go refresh. We will pick this back up at 20 after. And, go from there. Intelligence, man. It's just a label. Where's my hydro homies at? Where are we at with this stream? I know it's a Monday, so it's not gonna be as hectic as Saturday was. How do we feel about Saturday? I thought that it was an entertaining stream, but good lord, did the videos we watched not really add too much. Yeah, I get a lot of like, Saturday must have been difficult to get through. It's really not that hard to get through as much as like different things have different values for me. And, like looking back, if I had known that 90% of what we really had to talk about was going to be in the first 20 minutes, things would have been different. I think he needed a mechanics section, because I would have just gone straight to that and would have left everything else alone. Where on the planet is it still Sunday night? Better not be Sunday night. Yeah, it's Monday. Otherwise, I got a stream tomorrow, and I'm not looking forward to that. I gotta have tomorrow off. So at some point, I gotta finish this fucking special edition playthrough. Text-to-speech reader is good free online one, but do they limit how much of do they limit how much I get to use it? So it has the same text-to-speech options as the thing I'm already using, which is Microsoft David, Mark, and Zira. And then it has UK English, but it's like, why would I want to listen to an Anglo for end of time? Talkie is a browser plugin, text-to-speech, unlimited, free, no restrictions. Okay, that's what I need. I was like, I have to be getting ripped off or something. Telling a fucking blind person after 30,000 words that they can't use the service anymore. Talkie, text-to-speech, many languages. Fast, easy. I think Microsoft Mark's not too bad. Microsoft David's bad. He's old. Available voices. Copy paste the text into Google Translate. That would be one solution, is anything that we could copy paste into. Well, the weird thing is, again, I didn't see the part where I put money into it to get more, time. No, we still haven't seen GManLives. That's gonna be a, in a bit. So, let's get this show back on the road.
Those spells go into other skills. And then it gets deeper within those skills. The easy thing for us is to just add more skills. That's actually easier.
Add more.
Because in the old games there was just a skill and a number. There wasn't really a progression.
I mean, they had perks. They had perks in Oblivion. Yeah, it's a lot of him saying skills, skills, skills. Also a lot of him saying, we don't know.
We really want you to feel that you're getting better in this particular skill. And perks are the main way we do that now. And I think the game right now has like 280 perks if you include the ranks. So even a character that raises all their skills to 100, and they're playing and they're level 50, they've only gotten to pick 50 perks.
Yeah. You're not wrong.
They're very different characters. And a lot of the power is in the perks as opposed to the raw number of the skill. There's still some power in the raw number of the skill, just not as much as there used to be. All that stuff has been moved into the perks.
Oh yeah, I gotta take the horse off the screen. So, perks, we got him. I like the, you reach level 50 and you've only picked 50 perks. Because reaching level 50 is a slog. And the weird thing is, okay, so he knows that there's 280 perks. And in this current version of Skyrim, with the skills that they have, the max level would still be 81. So you only get 81 of the 280 perks. Well, I'm not terribly against perks, as much as I am against removing stuff to make way for the perks. Alright, so their next question was, how long did it take him to answer that? It took him about 2 minutes. Okay, so How are the races different from one another?
So the main decision you make in the beginning is what race you're going to be. You no longer pick class. You basically pick what you're going to look like, and obviously the race is a big part of that. And that comes with certain skill increases. So certain races have certain skills that are higher to start with, and then they also have either spells, depending on what race you pick, and / or racial abilities.
It's weird, like, okay, so they, at this point they know what races are, but it's like, you don't pick your class, you pick what you're gonna look like. Also, it comes with skills. Skills and racial ability. So it's like, he starts out like, oh, it's just it's just the way your character looks, and then like he just increasingly lists like differences. On the lack of class and the new leveling system. That's not a question, my guy.
You just play, and your skills go up as you play, and the higher the skill the more it affects your leveling. It's a really, really nice, elegant system that sort of balances itself. People would play and the general pattern would be, they played for like 3 hours and then, oh, I picked the wrong skills, I'm going to start over. They weren't necessarily upset about that, but to us it's, is there a way we can solve that? Is there a way we can make this better, and we think this is it?
Okay, so this is the big reason I have this interview is sort of the one playthrough design philosophy. This part right here. I've heard him say those exact same things in something else. Yes, there's a couple places that he's kind of repeated this sentiment. This just says facial creation. So they kind of stopped transcribing the questions.
There's an all-new face system we did. On the one hand you have less control than you had in Oblivion, but what you're doing looks cool. Our joke was Oblivion would have been better if the random button was renamed the ugly button on the face creator. So we've redone that completely with really, really nice results. Something simple like a nose, we have a lot of pre-built shapes you can pick from, and then you can adjust the size and position of that, as opposed to lots of fiddly sliders. It lets us handcraft a lot.
Yeah, who gives a shit? I like to think the interviewer just stopped trying and Todd responded flawlessly anyways. Yeah, it's all off a script. What are the dragons going to be like in the game?
If you're a fan of fantasy, you see a lot with dragons. They've been a part of classic fantasy that we've never done. So we wanted to do them in a way that they were part of the world, and put them on screen, and fight them in a way that you conjure up in your head when you read fantasy that you haven't really seen in a game. And that's what we're trying to pull off, that they are these fierce beasts. They do become these kinds of boss fights, like a mix between a Big Daddy and a helicopter in Half-Life 2. These things that you see coming and you're like, oh no. They are really difficult to kill. If you're a fan of fantasy, you see a lot. Big Daddy.
Alright, so dragons, Big Daddy.
Big Daddy.
Are they enemies you end up fearing the most? No. I would say the Draugr Deathlord is definitely the scary enemy.
Definitely. Oh yeah. We had a lot of backup plans for them when we were developing the game. Because when you deal with a creature that big and its AI and how powerful it is, you know, how much can it fly, can it land, will it be able to do this? We made a little team of people to work on dragons and put some of our best people on it. They worked on it for 2 years. They really came out like. We got to go past the list we had and then more. We're ecstatic with how they came out. They can dive bomb and breathe fire down a street. They can get on the ground and march around now. They can pretty much go anywhere. So we can call them and do random encounters. When they come, they generally now just work. We can throw multiples of them in a scene. They just, like, when I get bored in the game I just summon dragons now and they can terrorize the town. It's always cool. There are multiple types of them. As far as riding them, I would not expect that. It's not something I see happening. It's kind of not how we're approaching them, first of all.
Dragon riding was like Skyrim's version of every person asking them if there was going to be multiplayer in Morrowind. That's what dragon riding was.
I like it when you call me Big Daddy.
Companion characters. That was a really fun and really cool part in Fallout. What's going on with that?
We are approaching it in a different way. I would not expect the deep personalities and uniqueness with a low number of companions. We are aiming for a much...
Yes, but dragon riding was the DLC edition.
We are approaching it in a different way. I would not expect the deep personalities and uniqueness with a low number of companions. We are aiming for a much higher number of companions that you can hire or they become your friends and they come with you. The general direction is to make it a bit more dynamic, and have more people that you can decide to have come with you. And in that we sacrifice them having a lot of depth or personality or individual stories. And there still will be some like that. But that's kind of the direction we're headed right now. We don't know the exact number of NPCs in the world that could become your companion, but we're hoping it's a big number.
So basically, companions? Quantity over quality. That's basically the answer he gave. I think it's a hit and miss.
Hit or miss, I guess they never miss. Hey, you got a boyfriend, I bet he doesn't kiss ya.
Radiant story. That's just the question.
We want to be careful to not oversell it. It's a tool that we use to make quests. We started the game by making them all very random/dynamic. You do see the holes in that. It doesn't tell a good story.
But you improved on that? It started... You do see the holes in it because it started making them random and dynamic, and it doesn't tell a good story, but we improved off of that. Okay. Okay, we're going to have to break this one down. They started bad, but we improved them.
You do see the holes in that. It doesn't tell a good story. Good stories are still told by good writers, and we do most of our quests that way. Radiant tool is the tool you use to make any quest. And you can make all of the roles in that quest, you can handcraft all of those roles, or you can take any part of the quest and conditionalize it. So what it allows us to do is...
Alright, so this first part is just what it is.
Example, you come to town and there's a guy who has a child that's been kidnapped, and they're in a dungeon nearby.
Does that ever happen?
Example, you come to town and there's a guy who has a child that's been kidnapped, and they're in a dungeon nearby. We can write that as a quest template, fill out the roles saying it's a guy in town who likes you, who has a child, and then the role for the location is a dungeon that fits this. We can pick a dungeon that you haven't been to for some reason that's nearby. You walk into town and the game just says, oh, there's a guy in town who likes you. We're going to kidnap his kid who you might have met, and put him in this dungeon for some reason you didn't go to. And that dungeon happens to be a higher level dungeon, and so we think you could use a challenge right now.
Okay, this sounds like supreme bullshit. Threat level, dragon.
And the reward is going to be this other thing that your character can use. Doing that before was impossible. But we have that opportunity right now, and so tend to be using it. The more dynamic quests tend to be like little favor things that people ask you to do, not full-blown quests. But if you were to play a quest, it's very hard for you to tell.
What to tell what?
It's going to seem very handwritten.
Okay, sure. Let me just put that down. Oh no, Braith got kidnapped. Fucking, I would go run around, like, reloading. If this was a thing, I would go around reloading all the cities to try and get them to generate these quests so that all the children get kidnapped. It's very hard for you to tell the difference between dynamic and radiant quests.
It's going to seem very handwritten. You'd really have to compare notes with friends to figure out the parts that particular quest decided to make dynamic.
There's a person somewhere in Skyrim that we need you to go beat up.
It's going to seem very handwritten. You'd really have to compare notes with friends to figure out the parts that particular quest decided to make dynamic. Because some quests have no dynamic elements, and some quests have more. When we're going to send you to do something, we can tailor that a bit to the things you've done.
Will we see factions?
We're doing factions. That's definitely something we're going to be talking about later. Not because we don't know, but because we decided that's a good thing to talk about later. Different than what we've done before and what they are. But definitely we're going to have them.
Children don't get kidnapped because they can't get hurt anymore. During development, though, children could die. There are conditional states for quests involving them. Sure, but I can imagine you can pretty safely do a kidnapping quests. Like, just where they're, like, in a cage at the end of a dungeon. Are there some that are returning, or are they all new ones? There are some that are returning, yes. 11, 11, 11, how committed are you to this number? We actually tend to not announce release dates until later in the process. We're very confident about it. There's still a lot to do in the game, but we wouldn't have announced it because if we weren't really confident. Why do characters always start as a prisoner? Okay, here we go.
It started that way in Arena. We did it again in Morrowind, then Oblivion. It's sort of become a tradition. We like this idea that there's a little bit of conflict in the beginning with you being a prisoner, and we never say why. So you immediately in your head tell a story of why you're in prison to yourself. I kind of like that about it. It's part tradition, and part it lets you in your head tell a quick little story to yourself.
The only people who can get kidnapped by Radiant quests are now only adults. It's silly. Isn't that a Hearthfire thing? Your wife can get kidnapped. What aspects of Skyrim are going to appeal to a gamer who wasn't a fan of previous TES games but was a fan of Fallout?
If you really don't like Oblivion, I don't know that this is suddenly going to switch you over. One of the things that Fallout 3 does well is there's a certain tone of the world. There's a certain uniqueness to it, it has style.
But the Dibella quest isn't Radiant. That's their whole point is, do these Radiant quests where people get kidnapped actually happen?
One of the things that Fallout 3 does well is there's a certain tone of the world, there's a certain uniqueness to it, it has style. Oblivion, for what it is, can be very kind of classic, traditional fantasy. There's not a lot of unique style to the world. Whereas Skyrim I definitely think has a unique...
Alright, so, what was it? This is, we'll call it Spiting Oblivion to Cherish Skyrim. It's a common marketing thing. Oblivion has no style. Not at all. Completely styleless. Skyrim? Oh, man. Fuck. You can't even... I can't list them now, but I couldn't even begin to tell you all the styles that are in Skyrim.
Oblivion, for what it is, can be very kind of classic, traditional fantasy. There's not a lot of unique style to the world. Whereas Skyrim I definitely think has a unique style. We got better at that, and we push it, like what is the culture of these people. So it has its own flavor. It's definitely grittier. It's lower tech.
Yeah, sure. I understand what you're saying about Oblivion, but sort of my point with it is, Todd Howard's pitching it as, there's no style to Oblivion, but Skyrim? Skyrim's gonna make up for that. Skyrim is peak style. Continue believing that.
The world's lived in. The ruins feel ancient and thousands of years old. We're also careful in Skyrim of the various ages of, when was this built? Where Oblivion everything can feel like everything in this town was built on the same day. There's a more unique and a better flavor to the province of Skyrim and the game Skyrim than we had in Oblivion and Cyrodiil.
Oh yeah, this was a question about, like, are Fallout fans gonna like Skyrim, and he made it all about Oblivion. Is Skyrim gonna have multiple endings? I don't really want to answer the ending of the game questions yet, so I'm gonna pass on that question. How expansive will Skyrim be? Is Skyrim sort of comparable geography to Oblivion?
As far as actual landmass, it's about the size of Oblivion. It's different in that...
Hang on then. You want to go that route? We can go that route. Mountains are style. No, I need the original. God damn it, I hate this game got a sequel. I actually don't hate it, but it means that... Is there no... I need a custom time range. From whenever, but it has to end... Let's say 2018 or so. That doesn't work for image search. God damn it. I was going to post a picture of mountain, like the Rocky Mountains in Microsoft Flight Sim X. It's kind of a counterpoint to your mountains are just pure style kind of claim. That's not necessarily true. Who's complaining about sound? Okay. Dude, what the fuck? The volume is so low. I'm honestly asking, not trolling, but why are you so opposed to raising the volume? If you're too loud, we can turn it down. I have my shit maxed out and can barely hear. Anyways. Yeah, this is... Is there any particular ESRB rating you guys are aiming for? Actually, we were wondering about that just a few days ago.
We never aim for a specific rating. I'm sure it'll be M. But we never aim for a specific rating. I would be surprised if we did not get an M. Our assumption is we're getting an M, so we are doing the content that we think is appropriate for Skyrim. There is more violence to the combat just in how it looks. Not like Fallout violence where it gets really over the top. It's more a realistic level of violence for what it is, with guys with swords and axes and those sorts of things.
So they were... didn't aim for a rating, but expected a mature rating nonetheless. And they kind of didn't address the Oblivion rating thing. I mean, if you're basing it on the background music's low, but that's just because that's just so that if there's no background music, then that's what most of the stream will sound like. I didn't notice until like after I was done streaming Oblivion how weird it was without any kind of background music. So, is there a HUD, and if not, how will the health system work?
There is a HUD. It comes and goes as needed. There is a small compass bar at the top that right now is always there for direction. Your magicka, your health, and your stamina.
Okay, I don't need this. Will there be an x64 version for PC players? High resolution textures, will they have to be modded in? Do you have a dedicated group for the PC version?
We work on it together. The main thing for people to know is our background is PC games. The game is authored here on PCs. That's what we work on.
Yeah, I wouldn't expect you to be developing the game on an Xbox. Like...
A lot of the team is playing the game on PC all day. We do want the platforms to each have a really high level.
You have a copy of Oblivion for the 360 that's rated T for teen with a box that's rated M. Well, the copies are still going to be rated T. They just had to put stickers on all the boxes that were out there when they re-rated Oblivion.
A lot of the team is playing the game on PC all day. We do want the platforms to each have a really high level of fidelity. I personally play a lot on the Xbox.
Okay, I'm going to stop you right there. Todd Howard. Quote, I personally play a lot on the Xbox. Oh, the next line's even better. I'll just copy it.
It tends to be my preferred platform. We do a lot of graphics development still first on the Xbox, just because it's smoother. And then a lot of that stuff does go over to the PC. We tend to do as much as we can as the project goes on, because we want to support as wide a range as possible. We also tend to do that stuff late, because right now we want to work on the main game and how it plays and getting the graphics fast everywhere, and then as the project gets closer...
Todd Howard was foreshadowing the Microsoft acquisition since, like, 2000. Why do people act like they're surprised that Bethesda and Microsoft were connected? Like, yeah, they literally would go to Microsoft meetings to try and get information on what the specs were when they were developing Oblivion, because it made such a big deal, the individual hardware choices.
And then as the project gets closer to release, we start supporting all those other things. You'll definitely be able to run the PC on a much higher resolution. All of our games that we've done so far, Morrowind, Oblivion, Fallout, the PC versions have higher residential textures they ship with by default. A lot of times you don't notice that, because when you play a console game you're sitting 6 to 10 feet away from the screen. Whereas on the PC, you're...
Oh, you didn't notice that they were high resolution textures because you were just really far away.
A lot of times you don't notice that, because when you play a console game you're sitting 6 to 10 feet away from the screen. Whereas on the PC, you're sitting a foot, 2 feet away from the screen. Those kinds of differences in texture resolution, you don't notice unless you're looking at 2 screenshots on a computer and flipping between them. We are gonna support that stuff. I can't say how far. But the same thing with the interface. We do a lot of PC interface stuff. There are uniquenesses sick to how we handle it on the PC.
I'll add that to the list. Okay, that was interesting. Your philosophy towards achievements and trophies. What do you think about those systems and how do you want them to work in Skyrim?
What the fuck did you just fucking say about me, you little bitch? I'll have you know I graduated top of my class in the Navy SEALs, and I've been involved in numerous secret raids on Al-Qaeda, and I have over 300 confirmed kills. I am trained in guerrilla warfare and I'm the top sniper in the entire US Armed Forces. You are nothing to me but just another target. I will wipe you the fuck out with precision the likes of which has never been seen before on this earth, mark my fucking words.
God damn. I went wild. He just asked him about achievements, bro. Alright, see you, Zarek. I saw that you made a video. Are you just active again?
We love them. We definitely do them with all of our games. Our general approach is to have a mix. If you look at the mix in Fallout 3 between specific quests and leveling or collection, that kind of balance was pretty good. We have to do it differently this time because we have a lot more quests. We like to have a balance of specific quests that are important, or quest lines, and then just general gameplay stuff.
Is there any chance you guys are going to do Connect support? No. Major spoiler, but one that's actually cool. Oh, god damn it, the archive isn't going to include it. Well, look, I'll look at it now. This one. Maybe if I visit the actual forum page. It's still up. Alright. Down. Alright. Cool. I got it.
When you start off with your character, he doesn't know that he's Dragonborn. Correct. He does find out. There's an event that happens with a dragon, where you find out you're Dragonborn. I think for anybody listening, it won't matter, cause they know. The Greybeards, the guys who live up on the throat of the world, who are the masters of the voice, they find out about this fairly quickly, and they shout your name. They shout Dovahkiin into the wind, and it kind of rumbles through the world. The mountains shake when they call you. And you think, what was that? I have been promised 7,000 steps, and I am going to count them. Our world artists are amazing. We have just an amazing team, and they put so much detail in the world, so they didn't blink when I said it must have 7,000 steps. When you look at all the stuff we have in the world, 7,000 steps obviously is not that hard.
So was Todd Howard the guy on Reddit that counted the steps? Explain how the leveling system works, particularly in relation to the maximum level. What's your philosophy toward that? How long can you level in the game? When does it become basically impossible to level? Okay. This is the last question.
We don't code in a maximum level. There is a theoretical maximum depending on what your skills are.
Yeah, there's literally, was the first game, I think, where there was like a consistent max level at 81.
We don't code in a maximum level. There is a theoretical maximum depending on what your skills are. The one change we've made is that you level faster. We've sort of balanced Oblivion and Fallout 3 in some respects to like a 1 to 35, 1 to 30, so if people play for a long time that's the kind of high level with creatures and whatever. This one is balanced like 1 to 50, but that isn't longer in gameplay. You do level faster, a lot faster, especially in the beginning of the game. Because of the power in the perks, we wanted to be giving them out at a higher rate. The actual maximum depending on your particular character how it works out might be 75.
This is such a weird way around this question. So, yeah, that's that interview done. It would have been nice to have the actual podcast, but that's something that I think I'm just gonna have to wait and see if anybody has either a link to it or the actual podcast itself. I was gonna supercut the Bethesda podcasts into one thing and put it on my second channel. When we cover it, I will do that, and I'll try to put a thing on screen for who's talking when. A bingo square for the steps. Well, the thing is, nobody really talks about that. The bingo card has to be stuff that people talk about. Seems like you can't get Legacy Skyrim anywhere. What's up with that? I think it's that Dark Souls thing of they started selling a new version, so they took the old one off. And they do that because people would realize that the new versions aren't really worth the money, and so they would just keep buying the cheaper old version. And so they want to be able to justify continuing to charge $50 for Skyrim for people who've never played it before. I think there's still a link to the original edition on Steam. I don't know anything about it because I already own it. I was able to buy Dawnguard by a third party. Yeah, that's the thing is, you can keep getting games that are delisted from Steam as long as you are kind of picking up the like from a CD key site. So like most of the time I would say don't use CD key sites except for if the game is delisted from Steam, because that's actually one of the few ways you can still pick up those kinds of games. Like I think that was how I got my hands on Wanted.
Is a full, highest rating that I can issue, 10 out of 10, and it easily earns the badass seal of approval.
All right. Next up, let's see. What do I think? So it's 6 o'clock, and I'm supposed to watch a G-Man video today. I would have liked to have gotten through more sources. I didn't realize that the thing we watched, where they were doing the intro, was going to be so long. Let me peek at these articles and see how long they are. If it's a short article, if one of the next two articles is short, we can do that. Otherwise, we're going to kind of kick off the G-Man thing. Like, this is, I would consider that a kind of medium length article, and I bet this GameInformer one's kind of long. Yeah, the GameInformer one's really long, so. We get the ball rolling on this G-Man video then. We watched a G-Man video for the Oblivion one. Genuinely watched it. So this is familiar territory. Now, off the top of my head, I can't really remember too much about it because it was kind of unmemorable. The one thing I remember is he said that he said something like there are like around 21 skills, and I kind of like snapped back like, what do you mean there are around 21 skills? Can you not fucking count? That was like the one part of that that I actually remember, and I don't think we used anything from his video because of how sort of how vague he was. I mean, LGR had the same problem. And I know people like to simp for LGR. That's not to say that's invalid. It's just a matter of like LGR is kind of like a consumer reviewer. Like he likes talking about the nostalgic factors of old games, as opposed to he's more into what came in the box of the game than he is the actual game itself. I dare you to finish Skyrim with Angry Joe. To finish your Skyrim with Angry Joe. We watched Angry Joe. I assume that's what you're asking for. Isn't LGR a Sims reviewer? I think so. Yeah, YouTube has this new button where you can click it and the description shows up above the recommended videos, and now like this is a full kind of YouTube description. Why? Are people opposed to just scrolling down? Like, it's weird. I think they want the end of your video to be Joe's 10 out of 10 clip. That that could be a thing. I'm not sure how to kind of broach that topic. Is like it just seems kind of pedantic in the video to go, and then there's Angry Joe who's like really super excited because Dime Tree did that. He like showcased a bunch of people being positive about Skyrim. And I don't think it accomplishes anything. If Angry Joe is channel awesome, does he count for no Nostalgia Critic November? They split pretty early. Like before the weird sex stuff started coming out. I guess the place to start would be just to send it.
But there's one they fear. In their tongue, he's Dovahkiin, Dragonborn.
2011, I think, has to be one of the biggest years we ever had in gaming. It saw the release of Batman Arkham City, Portal 2, Dark Souls, Deus Ex Human Revolution, and of course, Elder Scrolls V Skyrim. And to say the hype for Skyrim was huge is an understatement. The internet just wouldn't shut up about this thing leading up to its release. And when I saw all the promotional trailers and all that kind of stuff, I'm not gonna lie, it looked pretty damn good. You weren't just some random character anymore, you were the goddamn Dovahkiin, a legend.
Weird place to start. I saw you hover over the volume and I was sure you were going to crank it up for No, I wouldn't do that to you. That fucking trailer is for Skyrim is brilliant marketing. And I think it is. I don't know. I just think that's like a weird... Okay, it's weird to see the differences in people's philosophy. Because there's some people who are really into that kind of power fantasy of you are the chosen one. And then there's a lot of people that I'm kind of around that aren't. That are like... They're so tired of seeing you be the chosen one that they're actually kind of into that sort of Oblivion experimental... you're not actually as chosen or chosen at all. I can only ever barely understand what Sido was saying in that trailer. He's got a weird accent for the Greybeard characters. Like, why is it that living on the mountain just gives you a weird accent? Shouldn't they sound like Nords? Or shouldn't, like, the Iverstead people sound like them? Like, that guy who brings supplies up to him. I think the idea was that, like, he would be a future Greybeard. So it's like, shouldn't that part of the world have that accent? Not just a bunch of weirdos on the mountain? Or is it specifically, what's his name's, like, speech impediment? Being a literal who in Kingdom Come was way more fun than I thought. Yeah, that's kind of the thing was we like with Skyrim and post Skyrim, the discussion was a lot on people being tired of being chosen ones, and that like prophecy stories were really, really generic. The narrator is Esper, not the Greybeard guy. Are you sure? Are you sure?
To the time after Oblivion opened.
No, you're right. You're right. You're a literal who in the beginning of the kingdom comes deliverance, then it becomes Henry has come, God bless ye, Henry. I didn't play enough of Kingdom Come Deliverance because it kept yanking my chain on when like the game was actually going to open up. And I got sick of its shit and stopped playing it. As Joseph Anderson puts it, prophecies are a lazy way for the writer to force events to happen because the arbitrary forces they created make it happen. Yeah, that was the sentiment that I feel like a lot of people have had in response to Skyrim, is that just making you the chosen one isn't interesting by itself.
Legendary, prophesized dragon-slaying warrior. So, you've got dragons, Nordic-looking armor and locations, and Max von Sydow voicing a main character in the game. Like, sign me the hell up. The timing couldn't have been better either. It was slated for release November the 11th, 2011. 11/11/11. Then it came out, and in typical fashion, every man and his dog gave the game 8s and 9s out of 10. People on Reddit quick...
Only 8s and 9s? Come on now. Be charitable. Almost everyone gave it a 9 or 10. Christ be praised! Henry has come to see us! I really think Bethesda needed to push the Blades being worried about Parthenox being a threat after the Dragonborn dies, or at least something to make the Blades versus Greybeards effective. I think, you know what, that's probably a good point, is if the Dragonborn dies, there's no guarantee of the Blades being able to slay dragons. So that's probably a good point that Parthenax has to go because he is going to outlive the Dragonborn. Yeah, the 10 out of 10. Yeah, like literally. Oh, damn it, where'd it go? Where's my Angry Joe? My Angry Joe. He actually has a second video, but I think it's just like snippets of his stream from playing it.
Final verdict for The Elder Scrolls Skyrim is a full, highest rating that I can issue, 10 out of 10, and it easily earns the badass seal of approval.
Yeah, pretty much everybody was saying that.
Typical fashion, every man and his dog gave the game 8s and 9s out of 10. People on Reddit quickly made a cancerous meme from a throwaway line of dialogue that was about as annoying as the cake is a lie meme from Portal 2. It won a bunch of awards, sold millions of copies, and that kid you're friends with on Xbox Live said it's the bestest game ever. And like Oblivion before it, Skyrim was the kind of game I started playing and then just lost my grip on reality with. Like within the first couple of days, I think I'd probably sunk maybe 20 hours into it at least. Now look, Skyrim ain't bad, let's clear the air first and...
When did the Angry Joe review come out? 12 days after the game came out. YouTube made that meme. Yeah, that's kind of the thing is, again, the arrow in the knee meme was not like an Elder Scrolls meme. It was a broader like pop culture meme about Elder Scrolls. And that's kind of the difference is like Young Scrolls is an Elder Scrolls meme because it's in the community.
Foremost, it's really not a bad game. But it sure as hell ain't a thinking man's RPG, and that's where some of the problems started. Still, it's got a bit of a love it or hate it kind of reputation and has its good and bad points like every other game out there. So having said that, let's take a look at it then, shall we? So set 200 years after the events in Oblivion, Skyrim takes place during the midst of a civil war. Between the Stormcloaks, a Nordic faction, and the
And between the Stormcloaks, known racists and associates of Noah Caldwell Gervais, watch Manslayer videos. That's hard to well, maybe, because the thing is, I think every scene of a Manslayer video, I could have ideas about where I could slot that in. Because, I like the Cicero bit where he goes, Cicero takes care of his pretty, pretty body. Oils it, preserves it, masturbates it, and then like the guard comes up and goes, that's it, I'm placing you under arrest. I could use that guard line for so much. That's such an exploitable bit. Why does it have to be love it or hate it? Why can't it be about how almost everyone feels about it and be both love it and hate it? Well, you know, there's two opinions about things. You either love it or you hate it. That's how it works. Didn't make the rules. Damn it, man, look!
The Imperial Legion, a romantic group trying to remove Skyrim from the Septim Empire, an empire that's hundreds of years old.
Whoa.
Civil War. Between the Stormcloaks, a Nordic faction, and the Imperial Legion, a romantic group trying to remove Skyrim from the Septim Empire. And
I knew somebody would get it wrong. See, that's useful because now I can make the case there are people out there who didn't pay enough attention to know that this isn't the same empire as the ones from the previous games. So that's a useful thing to have. Well, it's not that Ulfric was on Ambien during his racist phase. It was the 70s. There were lots of people who were racist in the 70s. And I think that it's really unfair to criticize Ulfric for things that were acceptable at the time. Yeah, but like it's a pretty big plot point that there's no more septums in Oblivion, which he has both reviewed and, well, wrong order, which he's both played and reviewed.
an empire that's hundreds of years old and responsible for the stability and prosperity across Tamriel. Starting off as...
Yeah, the stability and prosperity. So much stability that Morrowind had a massive apocalypse. Black Marsh is invading another country. Hammerfell sought its own independence. There's a rising power in Somerset that's conquered Valenwood and elsewhere. Real prosperous times for Tamriel. Tiber Septim is on record as being racist against orcs. Well, that's the thing is, you know, orcs used to be barbarous, but now, you know, we figured out that they could be part of civilizations. You know, it's just Uriel Septim VII was a progressive guy who really pushed the orc initiative forward. And yeah, like some people are going to have bad takes from before we as a society learned to not be bigoted towards orcs.
As a prisoner believed to be in league with Ulfric's Stormcloak, the player once again chooses their race, gender, and appearance before their execution is interrupted by the attack of a dragon.
Yeah. The Steam frame rate, I don't know if you can see it, but the Steam frame rate's up in the top left corner. Yeah, it's a common idea that orcs were changed in the Warp of the West. But the thing to remember is that Gortwog was a civilized orc before the warp, which implies that it's more that like cultural perception of orcs changed with the Warp of the West.
You soon find out you're someone that's known as a Dovahkiin, which literally translates to Dragonborn. And the story then deals with both the history of the dragon.
I don't want to be a lizard player. Dragonborn are the worst.
dragons in the civil war that's raging across Skyrim. The outcome the player has direct control over.
By Ysmir, Irileth was right.
At the heart of all of this is a super powerful dragon named Ulduin, who's going around resurrecting his dragon buddies, and his ultimate goal is to ultimately just kind of take over the world.
Man,
and learning the way
200 dwarven arrows. Some wild shit. Empire made everyone less racist functionally to some degree by its collective nature. Yes, I think the big thing that helped redeem the orcs as a culture was their service to the Imperial Legion as really good armorers. Kind of shifted Imperial, or well, Tamrielic attitude towards orcs around. Plus the fact that they actually had a civilization and a home.
way of the Dovahkiin is the key to stopping him. So on the one hand, you've got Alduin, who's just like a clear-cut villain, whereas with the Imperials and the Stormcloak and the whole Civil War thing...
There's also a clear-cut villain, because this man, known associate of Noah Caldwell-Gervais, is a vehement racist. I heard him talking shit about the Vietnamese while I was doing the Stormcloaks. I'd argue Bethesda rewriting the orcs to be something more than a stopgap mob race had more of an impact. Well, yeah, obviously that's the meta reasoning why. Orcs were kind of entering culture as like as something that was desirable, at least in nerd culture, sometime around like the late 90s, early 2000s, as like wouldn't it be cool if orcs were like playable? And so they transitioned from being like generic enemies to something that you could play.
It's kind of more down to who you choose to side with. Like, they've both got their good and bad sides. I mean, the Imperial...
What's that? GManLives thinks that there's a good side to the Stormcloaks. Is he a confirmed racist? Warcraft, for instance, has orcs as a playable race with its own story. Yeah, I didn't want to say it, but yeah, that's what I was thinking of.
Imperials just basically want to control the land and the people that's not even theirs to control. But the Storm...
Whoa, 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 whoa. Unhinged.
Cloaks are downright xenophobic and almost kind of racist at times. And
oh, we got it. We got him. Stormcloaks are racist. Put it in the book. Orcs in the current zeitgeist are both just Tolkien and Warhammer. Yeah. I mean, basically.
And they act like a bunch of misguided and violent rebels.
Ah, yes.
In some ways, Skyrim does a pretty bang-up job of handling the concept of this civil war, with NPCs commenting on your political standings, and yet then, on the other hand, it often doesn't at times, with the player being able to walk freely throughout areas aligned with the opposite faction.
No, I know the Stormcloaks are racist. That's what I've been saying, okay? When I was a kid, it was known that if you went to the wrong part of Seattle as a person of color, Ulfric Stormcloak would actually roll up next to you in his Rolls Royce, and he would do a drive-by shooting where he would gun you down if you were anything other than white. This is known. And often in the passenger seat reloading his guns for him was Noah Caldwell-Gervais.
They sided with. Where it all goes to bollocks, though, is where the dialogue's concerned. Now, Skyrim always takes place from the perspective of the player. There's no cinematics or anything like that. So when something happens, you're always seeing it through the player's eyes.
Then we understand each other. Good.
What this just
I forgot that he does these weird cutaways where it's like he'll have a character in the game affirm what he just said. That's like part of his style. No, like, Seattle has a known racism problem.
What it boils down to, though, is what I've often referred to as talking heads, where an NPC just quite literally stands in one place, often in a neutral position with their arms by their side, delivering line after line of dialogue. It's often incredibly boring, monotone, and drab stuff. In fact, I'd argue it's even worse than Oblivion. I mean, at least...
Okay. I'll take it. I'll just take it. How about that? Seattle doesn't allow Argonians inside the city. It's true. A lot of the Argonian community has to live down in Tacoma. They're actually not allowed in the city center. Same with the Khajiit. They say that Khajiit are running coke into the city, and so they have literally legalized racism. I don't know why you don't think Ulfric is racist. Do you not remember the quest where he sends you to study the phrenology of Dunmer cranium sizes? No, but I do remember the quest where you visit Ulfric's plantation down in the Somerset Isles. That was a weird part of Oblivion, Chapter 5, which took place in Guarma, where you went down to like the Somerset Isles to visit Ulfric's plantation, and it was like a sugar plantation, and he was enslaving like Mexicans or something. I don't know. It just felt really out of place.
Just in Oblivion during dialogue, the camera was zoomed in on a character's face so you could see the subtle changes in their facial animation. Here though, it's zoomed out a lot more, so you can't even really notice any kind of shift in the way people are looking at you.
Yeah, you could. Yeah, I'm about to say you could just like you could get closer to them if that's what you wanted. This is a weird position. I gotta give it to G-Man. He always finds like weird kind of perspectives to have on these games. Like, I don't think there's a single person that would argue like, well, Oblivion's system was better because it was zoomed in and you could see the changes in the expressions. G-Man is a natural born contrarian. That seems to be the case, except he's not in like an annoying way like Dime Tree was. Are you gonna look at Batman, Dobbins, Skyrim, and Politics video? This is the first that I'm hearing of anything like that. Give me 1 second. Batman, Dobbins, Skyrim, and Politics. I don't see what you're referring to. How about Dobbins? You should watch Mr. Caption's analysis of Skyrim. Oh yeah, active developments on that. We got the whole thing. It's in 144p, and then we have the first 45 minutes in 480p. So we have the video. We're just kind of hoping for higher quality versions of the video, but you'll probably see it on like November 20th or something like that, because it's definitely going to be like a Saturday thing. Oh, I meant to ask, will you be watching Joe's review? Are you the same person? No. What about a Vartis Skyrim video? That rings a bell, but I don't know what that is. Give me 1 second. And I'll look. Is it the Sven or Findel one? Or does he have like... Oh, no. He's got like a ton. Okay, so he's like an Elder Scrolls channel. So my policy with the Elder Scrolls channel is you guys got to send me like moments, because there's no way I can watch like 25 videos by the same person. Yeah, like someone said above, G-Man is primarily an FPS review channel. If I'm not mistaken, he isn't the biggest RPG fan in general. Bound to say some wacky shit. Well, that's the thing, is it's a different perspective. There hasn't been HD uploads of his videos since he took them down. Yeah, I know that the re-uploads that go around are 480p. I was kind of putting it out there. If there's anybody out there who has 480p or higher of not G-Man, fuck's sake, of Mr. Caption's Skyrim videos, it would be much appreciated if they were uploaded, particularly like the latter hour and 15 minutes or so.
And as a result, Skyrim feels kind of lazy sometimes when it's handling its story. Like, one of the biggest moments in the storyline is where you're taking place in this large meeting with both the Stormcloaks and the Imperials, who are putting aside their differences temporarily to deal with the dragon threat. But it's just a bunch of people sitting at a table for 15 minutes. Feels like you're watching like a boardroom meeting or something, more than it does a bunch of people squabbling like petty children over issues regarding the future and the safety of the world.
Yeah, that's kind of the thing about political meetings. Damn it, I keep messing up. Peace meeting mission is just a bunch of people sitting around. Was he not paying attention to the part where like Ulfric threatened to walk out if the Thalmor representative didn't leave? Like, there's some pretty petty stuff. I found the Mr. Caption Skyrim video in 480p. Is it the first 45 minutes? Because we already have that. Already have the first 45 minutes in 480p. I think he's saying he wanted them to be more emotionally animated. You're probably right. It's another one of those. There needed to be more spectacle, man. I wish there was more shit like this, where it was just two factions verbally confronting each other.
Even when this conversation heats up, you'd expect someone to get out of their seat or maybe shout or something. But
They literally did. Like, they refused to sit down until the issue of the Thalmor representative was resolved. That's literally how the quest plays out. The video is called Let's Politicize Video Games. He talks about other games, but directly states Skyrim predicted 2016 election. Okay, so that's why I didn't find it. Let's Politicize Video Games. That sounds like an extra credits video. Ah, yes. Okay.
What's going on, people? My name is Batman. And today, I want to talk about why it's important that game developers and YouTubers alike be unafraid to tackle political topics in their work. This country has been torn asunder by the incredibly powerful industrial division complex. Cable news and social media have quarantined us from one another.
Based? Alright. I'm gonna download that. No guarantees. It takes me a second to download stuff because I use YouTube DL, which is literally a just a command prompt, but it also consistently gets me like decent quality versions of videos. Is that one of those situations where they're aware of the Mockingbird media yet continue to parrot state prescribed bullshit? Probably, but I mean, you know, there are some people who can have opinions that line up with what's being pushed in like mainstream politics.
But no, they all just sit there like mannequins.
I have nothing to say to that murderer.
Where Skyrim really...
Yeah, she literally just called him out, like... You sound like a guy who lives in small towns complaining about city folk. Yes. Why wouldn't I? City folk are terrible. I've literally watched one of the most beautiful states in America be raped for resources by city folk.
Really shines though is when you can go off and make your own destiny and play your own story. The Thieves Guild and the Dark Brotherhood make a return, and once again these are the highlights of the entire game. The Thieves Guild questline in particular is really lengthy, and one of the main leaders of the guild is actually voiced by Stephen Russell, who voiced Master Thief Garrett in the Thief series.
Very clever.
And of course you can join the equivalent of the mages.
Sure. The Thieves Guild is lengthy, is it though? Celebrity? I'm gonna have to give it a 10 out of 10 with the badass seal of approval.
And the Warriors Guild too, both of which have their own extensive...
The Warriors Guild. That's gotta be like the most like the names of the factions just keep getting like more corrupted as time goes on. So now we're just down to Warriors Guild. And soon it's just gonna be like the Stabber faction.
Quest lines.
Talk to Codlac if you think you have what it takes to be a companion.
One thing I do want to give praise to.
Wait, what was your point?
The equivalent of the Mages and the Warriors Guild too, both of which have their own extensive quest lines.
Yeah, okay. The companions is literally like 5 quests. It's technically 6 if you count the quest that's a conversation. I like some of G-Man's videos, but he has some really shitty takes sometimes. That's generally what I've heard. That's what makes him interesting, though, is you could have somebody who always gives good takes, but then they're kind of boring because it's just, yeah, they're saying everything that's reasonable. But then G-Man comes along and goes, the Companions is a full, lengthy faction.
Talk to Codlac if you think you have what it takes to be a companion.
One thing I do want to give praise to in Skyrim is the presentation, which is just leaps and bounds better than Oblivion. Having a much more Nordic feel to it than Oblivion, which just kind of felt like a pretty generic fantasy setting. Skyrim now features serene snow-capped mountains, there's frozen lakes, but also scenic rivers, cliff sides and forests. It's a downright gorgeous looking game at times in terms of the environments, and there's just so many times where I'm playing where I just stop for a second to take the whole thing in. The attention to detail with the sound design during these moments is just kind of incredible as well. Whether it be the trickling of a nearby stream or the howling gale force winds on one of the game's many icy summits. I mean, it's just awesome stuff. Another improvement is the character models. Now, NPCs no longer look like they've got facial deformities and they look more like real people. There's noticeable physical differences between all of the races, so you can easily distinguish the difference between, say, a dark elf and a high elf. Problem is, the engine is downright broken if you try to play it at a higher frame rate than 60. And if you try to play it when it's higher than that, well, then you're going to see some serious shit. Jeremy Soul's also back to
Did you finish Angry Joe's video? Yeah, a while ago. The metric is the engine's broken at a high frame rate. But you could have just stopped at the engine's broken.
compose the music. I mean, at this point, it'd be a crime if he didn't come back. It'd be like a Christopher Nolan film not having Hans Zimmer. Standing on the top of a mountain or moving through some random forest and then realizing you've got this stunning orchestral underscore just really helps immerse you in the game world. What Skyrim has done again like Oblivion is try and let the player's experience be catered around their personal playstyle. But the way Skyrim differs is that it's done away with major and minor skills entirely. What they've tried to do to rectify this is...
Entirely? Where's he from? Should I ask the seller to take money off the closing costs or ask him to drop the sale price for the house? That depends on, has anything happened? Or are you just, like, trying to negotiate? If you're just trying to negotiate, then you go for the sale price. But if there's been a development, like, the old owners need, like, one more week, then the closing cost is what you would hit. Australia! No, I don't think he's a Kiwi. There's a couple issues post-inspection with parts of the house, then yeah, that would be a closing cost thing.
Something called standing stones. Now, these are monuments you find at the start of the game, and the first three you'll come across is the Thief, Warrior, and the Mage Stone. Picking one of these stones is going to make it easier to level up that relevant skill tree. So if I picked a thief, for instance, I'm going to be able to level up my sneaking faster than I could my heavy armor. In Oblivion, what you'd instead do is choose one of these classes at the beginning of the game, of which I think it had like 20 or so. And then this would decide what your major skill is going to be. So if you're playing...
Or you make a class that like 95% of people probably did. I listen to a lot of Lords, so I know what Kiwis sound like. And I think Rykon's from New Zealand, because he's always talking about how the government keeps like shutting down their ability to go about life. Has anyone ever picked a default class? Probably if you were like new to the series. And you kind of didn't want to be bothered with like the sort of analysis paralysis that comes with picking all of that information. You would just you would go with the auto recommendation, or pick something that sounds cool. Like I know a lot of people like to do I am a knight and I use a longsword and I'm a human as their first playthrough, because that's typically the safe thing to do.
A warrior, it was going to be heavy armor, block, blade weapons, and things of that nature. But in Skyrim, every skill is technically a major skill. So if you're trying to be that thief character, you're still going to get experience points towards your next level if you play around in alchemy or enchanting. Now look, it sounds good on paper, but in actuality, it's even worse than before. Because now you can progress to the next level with random points put into side skills you probably have no intention of ever using. I feel like they should almost distinguish the non-combat and combat-related skills in...
Alright, so take a second here. Skyrim leveling is worse because everything levels you, comma. I like his... Okay, I do agree with his proposal that there should be combat skills and sort of universal skills. But I don't know. I always take it with a grain of salt, the people who complain about how, like, I played enchanting and now all the Draugr are killing me. Well, you weren't designing your class very well. If, like, if the leveling caught up on you because you just did a little bit of crafting. How do you mitigate the blind effect of Boots of Blinding Speed in Morrowind to resist magic? If you enchant right, that shouldn't be a problem. That's what I'm thinking is, unless you were like, you were just spamming iron daggers and you like you leveled 10 times, and even then you still get the perk points. It's like,
entirely, so non-combat skills don't affect the way combat scales and vice versa. The other thing is that the points you earn for a skill aren't going to...
What's the vice versa of that? Combat skills don't affect how crafting scales?
To improve it alone, you then have to spend the skill points you earn from leveling up into a skill tree first. You could have 80 points in sneaking, for instance, but if you haven't spent actual skill points into that tree to improve its effectiveness, it's not going to do jack shit.
Oh, that's not true. All the skills do something. That was something that actually interested me. So, like, bow damage increases if you raise archery. Same thing with, like, stealth effectiveness and what have you. So it's not that it does nothing. It's just, it's minimal. And even then, the sneaking perks are super minor, because I think it only gives you like 35% extra stealth effectiveness. Like, most of your stealth effectiveness is derived from your skill in Skyrim. What's everybody's favorite grinding skill? Mine is illusion with muffle because it's very easy to space and it gives good XP. I don't like grinding in Skyrim. My answer to that question would probably be pickpocket because you can level it pretty fast. Is that 35% additive or multiplicative with your base skill? I think it's additive. It's still pretty minor. Like having that 35% isn't as big as having 80 points in sneak. And gear is also part of gear is also a big part of the how effective you are at sneaking.
Combat skills have been streamlined as well, so now there's either just one-handed or two-handed weapons. And then of course you've got archery for bows. There's no more hand-to-hand, blade or blunt weapons. Acrobatics and athletics are removed entirely. Gone are the days of jumping across rooftops like some fleet-footed cat burglar. Now you're just stuck on the ground with the rest of the losers in Tamriel. How boring. About the only thing that's been kept relatively intact is the magic trees, with alteration, conjuration, destruction, etc. still functioning mostly the same as before. Sadly though, the melee combat system, just like Oblivion before it, just often feels like hot garbage.
I think that magic's the one that hasn't changed. Everybody forgot mysticism. What's mysticism? Stop bringing it up. That kind of went away in Oblivion though, right? How high can you jump with high acrobatics in Oblivion? I remember you didn't jump nearly as far as you did in Morrowind. No, but high acrobatics in Oblivion is still something pretty notable. There is no mysticism in Skyrim. What? I see mysticism all the time. You did not. There is no mysticism in Skyrim.
Maybe you can forgive Oblivion for the time it came out, but I mean now in 2011 when Skyrim was released, this whole thing just felt really dated. I'm still kind of genuinely amazed at how much time and effort has been put into certain aspects of Skyrim's mechanics, and yet how a lot of it is still just the absolute bare bones needed to scrape by. And there's no better example of this than when engaging in melee combat. Regardless of the weapon you
looks way better than Oblivion to me. You should use an example where you're just like chopping away at somebody who isn't taking any damage. Like a Draugr Deathlord. You use a rice cooker or make it stovetop? Stovetop. Then you transition it to the pan that your meat's in because you don't cook rice without meat. You can forgive Oblivion for being old, but Skyrim is old. Yeah, that's a weird bit.
You're using, you've got a standard and a heavy attack, and then of course you can block, but there's still no kind of parry system. There's not even any kind of dodge move, and about all you can do is swing like a madman and hope that your damage output and your health points are higher than whatever you're fighting. The spell system has at least been improved to an extent, like spells now actually look like the element they're supposed to be. In Skyrim, a fire spell looks like fire. The lightning looks like lightning. The schnozberries taste like schnozberries. What's also
looks right, so it's okay. Is his goal to just lie? No, but I do understand what's setting you off. Do you use an air fryer commonly in cooking? I recently got an air fryer, and it's everything it was hyped up to be. I kind of miss. It's not. Like, okay, so everybody who has an air fryer will claim that like it's an adequate replacement for deep fried food. It's not. You can tell the difference. It's very minor, but there is a lot of things you can do with the air fryer that is still pretty impressive. And obviously, there's way less hassle when it comes to using the when it comes to using the air fryer compared to a deep fryer. Oh, no, I would absolutely agree that Skyrim combat feels dated. It's just a weird way he presented it. Where would I rate an air fryer? I would definitely, I would put it up there with like the microwave. You can make good food with an air fryer, but it's a lot more about the convenience of using it than the actual, the quality of the food that will come out of it. I have an Instant Pot. I haven't used it in a long time. It's alright, but I'm gonna be honest. Stovetop, grilling, that's the two main ways that food should be prepped. I have a Foreman grill. Do like 90% of my meat on it. Fantastic. Whoa there. Air fryers are at least as good as toaster ovens. Yeah, I guess. I'd say, like, toaster oven is the middle.
Also pretty neat now is how you can choose to have the weapons or spells in your left or right hand, with the spells or attacks being activated by the left or right mouse button. And this actually works pretty well for the most part, giving a fairly high level of customization to the player in terms of how they want to handle combat. Like have a lightning spell in your right hand and a healing spell in your left hand, or maybe an axe in your right hand and a fire spell in the left. As Captain Planet used to say, the power is yours.
Yeah, you can walk like 25 miles and put a bucket on a dog's head and kick him in the nuts. Steaks on a Foreman grill is godly. Yes. I would agree with that.
And utilizing your favorites menu to snap back and forth between loadouts is pretty seamless. This I think is probably the best new addition to the combat, and it makes a spell sword build extremely fun. Magicka also regenerates much quicker in Skyrim than it did in Oblivion, so actively searching for gear that increases your regeneration rate can make combat much faster and mean that there's less downtime. And you're also less reliant on having to pop those magical mana or health potions all the time as well.
Okay, you're like the only person who thinks that I've seen. But I can't have a shield in my right hand and a sword in my left. I always thought that was a weird thing that... So when you have a sword in your left hand, it doesn't function the same. It's very much, it's very clear that it's your offhand. So yeah, you can't decide like, oh, my character's left-handed. So it's like, I just do everything flipped over. It's like, no, your character's still right-handed. If you can't dual-wield shields, then why do you call yourself a Nord? Yeah, yeah, the closest you can get is shield in the left hand, ward in the right hand. Also, hot swapping a spell puts it in your left hand. Yes. It's very much aimed towards a right-handed kind of person. Double casting in Skyrim is often worse than single casting. So I still have yet to do kind of the math on it and figure out like which spells kind of aren't worth the extra cost, because I would be interested to kind of take a look at. Contrary to what Todd Howard said, I am probably going to be looking at a spreadsheet of spell costs to see which one's better.
Is the balancing again is all over the place. Seems you go
balancing. Who gives a shit? Come on now. I remember when they revealed that anything can go in any hand promotional material before Skyrim released. I wanted to dual wield shields and shout everyone to death. Yeah, you weren't alone.
Go from one extreme to the other. You're either struggling to stay alive against enemies or absolutely obliterating them. And again, all the difficulty modes do is increase the enemy's health points. Though at least now they're clearly defined difficulty modes and not just some ambiguous slider.
No, it's literally the same system, but with less options. So last night, we were talking about doing kind of a fun side stream, which was a Morrowind hardcore character that would just do dungeons. And one of the rules I had to come up for it was you would start at minus 100 difficulty and add 10 points every level. Because, that's a really hard thing to do, to not be able to go to towns and survive just dungeons. Balance in a single player game equals good progression. I would disagree. You can have unbalanced playstyles and still have good progression. I would think like a Watch Dogs game would be a good example, because like typically just like hacking from the cameras is kind of overpowered in Watch Dogs, but it still has a decent-ish progression system as far as I remember for the combat playstyle, particularly turning it into like a slow mode simulator.
Like Oblivion before, the stealth builds are still kind of laughably easy, especially once you get to a certain point, because you just pretty much become invisible to enemies. And those problems with the balancing don't affect stealth builds quite as much, because you're probably going to be avoiding most enemies anyway. The fix to this is dabbling around with the smithing and enchanting, which can quite literally break the game and allow you to create gear that can just destroy anything you come up against. Simply maxing out smithing is powerful enough as it is, but with enchanting you can create gear that fortifies smithing, which makes it even more broken. The trick is that once you've decided what kind of weapon you're using, you can fortify all of your gear for that specific category, making that weapon group extremely powerful. And the kind of gear you can create through this system pretty much shits over anything you're going to find in the game normally.
Yeah, and I'm basically going to put that down as crafting is powerful, smiley face. If someone finds an exploit or min-maxes, then whatever it's how they want to play doesn't affect the people playing it normally or not power leveling. Well, yeah, and it's like, okay, so you can use enchanting to increase the effectiveness of your equipment. So, like, what? Who cares? No, this is helpful. Look at all these notes. Look at all these notes. Okay, now let's go back up to Salt Factory. Okay, this is Salt Factory, okay? Now you might say that's a lot. That was 2 hours, okay? We have like as many notes from 12 minutes of this video as Salt Factory gave us in 2 hours. At least he's saying stuff.
Maybe that's all for the best though, like considering you're supposed to be playing as this prophetic harbinger, saving Tamriel from this ever-increasing dragon threat. At the heart of Skyrim is the theme of this player being the Dragonborn, and seemingly at random and often with hilariously bad timing, you'll have a dragon appear in the sky and start attacking you. Beating dragons is essential for earning dragon souls to unlock more dragon shouts, and also because dragons drop scales and bones, which you can then use to craft dragon armor, which is some of the best in the game. Dragon attacks are...
Emphasis on some. I find it funny that people really like using the dragon armor when Daedric's actually easier to craft. Let's be really honest here. In a game that has a console that you can just open, left click, and type kill, exploits are meaningless concepts. While true, a lot of people can still distinguish, like, a console's obviously outside the bounds of a reasonable playthrough. Enchanting, alchemy to improve enchanting to improve smithing is more reasonable because it's already within the bounds of the game. Daedric is edgy. I don't like how it looks. Daedric hearts aren't too bad. There's that... You can go to the Mehrunes Dagon Shrine, or you can just buy them from potion shops. There's some in the companions, too.
Aren't always convenient, not that I think a dragon attack ever would be, but sometimes when it happens it can mess up the gameplay, and I don't even think it's possible to run away from these things.
So somebody was saying... Yes, it is. Somebody was saying that if you get the quest to get the Horn of Jurgen Windcaller, the dragons don't show up. Is that true? Is that a thing? Because that's useful information. Because I want to... My thought process for the main quest character is I'm going to do all the side content first. The problem with that is I want to start the dragons before I do that, but I don't want the dragons killing a bunch of NPCs along the way. So it's like I want some way to start the dragons, but keep it limited so that they show up in the world so that I can go to the dragon peaks and fight them in controlled environments, but that they won't necessarily show up and kill non-essential NPCs. Dragons don't show up until you turn in the slab. Yes, I know that. But there was this sort of theory that somebody was saying you can stop in the middle of the Horn of Jurgen Windcaller quest and they won't show up. Well, no, it's not that I don't want them to show up at all. I want them to show up. I just want them to be at the peaks. I don't want the random dragon fights.
Things even if you're trying to get away on a horse. So at one point you'll have to start fighting them. Fighting dragons is fun at first, but then it just becomes kind of tedious. You only ever need to do it to unlock more shouts and if you want to craft dragon armor, but once you've unlocked...
The worst part of steel plate is that it's tied to the scaled armor perk, which means it's in the light armor side of smithing. I don't know whose fucking idea that was, but yeah.
Unlocked everything you want, there's no real purpose to it. Dragon Rend is a shout you get about halfway through the game which forces a dragon to land, making it even easier to kill them, which I think is the most useful one of these by far. And after this, the dragon fights are just a mere nuisance. Fusrodar is the main dragon shout which got marketed out of the arse around the time of the game's release. And
hey, what makes it the main dragon shout? No, I know why he thinks that. That's just like the ebony blade scaling with one-handed. Yeah. You have to go down the light armor perk to raise up steel plate armor. Or, and I mean, I brought this up as well. If you have a glass sword, then you have to go down the light armor perk, the light armor side of the smithing perk to upgrade it. Heavy Nordic armor from the DLC is tied to scale perk too. Yeah. That's another weird one. Well, Stalrim makes sense because it's heavy armor. So it makes sense it's on the heavy armor side. Jason Schreier just tweeted that Skyrim has aged well. I'm going to look it up. Jason Schreier. let me just pop a little retweet on, or no, actually I will quote tweet it. How about that? I've been replaying Skyrim for this week's triple click, no clue what that is, and man, talk about a game that's aged well. Even without mods, it's still just as absorbing as it was 10 years ago.
Is a full, highest rating that I can issue, 10 out of 10, and it easily earns the badass seal of approval. I cannot wait to see all the DLC and expansions coming. Now, if you'll excuse me, I gotta play through it again as evil, doing all the Thieves Guild missions, doing all the Dark Brotherhood missions.
I think you messed up your whatever you're trying to do there. Did he block me on Twitter? I just quote tweeted him. I didn't give him a snide reply or anything like that, so I don't think he'll block me just yet. If anything, I'll get blocked for like association or something. Is your keyboard broken? What's going on, Shannon? Is there a way I can just clear you out without banning you? I can put you in timeout. How about that? We'll figure out what's going on. You got 5 minutes to figure out what's going on with the keyboard. What new guild would you add to Elder Scrolls 6? I would add the Aldmeri Dominion as a faction that you could join.
Look, I won't lie, this thing is pretty fucking badass.
Oh, he's talking about Fusroda. She's just timed out. She's not banned. She can come back.
But it's really just a knockback attack which stronger enemies can resist anyway. But all it's good for is knocking someone off a cliff for shits and giggles. Outside of...
No, come on. Why don't people get, like, stagger... The stagger game is super important in Skyrim. Pimp Guild. I approve of the Pimp Circle. She can post ease in peace, but she has to do it less frequently. The stagger game is so important in Skyrim and Oblivion. It's pretty much the only like nuance to combat, and it's amazing how many people are like, Skyrim's combat needs more nuance, but then they don't use any kind of shield bash. They don't even try to parry bash or do any kind of staggers with shouts or anything like that. So it's like, why are you complaining that the game lacks complexity when you're barely engaging with the systems that you are offered in Skyrim? Yeah, ease out for Shannon.
Fighting dragons, Skyrim at least does a pretty good job of keeping things varied. You'll be taking on bandits, mud crabs, wolves, and other innocent wildlife that just happen to be minding their own business until you walked on by. If it's not something that just runs right up to you and tries to sit on your face, then it's something that hangs back with some kind of ranged weapon. One of the main enemies you're fighting in Skyrim are the Draugr, who you encounter in, I think, literally
Oh
every
shit, yeah. Didn't a bunch of people get banned for spamming E's in live chat? Like, it was a mistake, but like they didn't just shit can their YouTube accounts. Like, they killed their Gmails too. I forgot about that story.
Single dungeon in the game. And these are these undead warriors brought back to life who are in absolute abundance and super pissed off. Basically, they just function mostly the same in terms of fighting bandit-type enemies. They're either using a melee weapon or a bow, but the occasional one knows how to use a basic dragon shout.
The dragon spawning only after a Blade in the Dark is exclusive to Requiem the mod. Okay.
Hope you're not an arachnophobe either, because Skyrim has some of the most horrifying looking spiders in any video game.
I'm sorry, I can't take that serious. I am mildly arachnophobic, and the frostbite spiders do not bother me. God damn it, it's WebP. Alright, I'm gonna ask you guys. One's in the chat, does this bother you? Do it in the chat if it doesn't. Me personally, it's never bothered me because they look like really cartoony spiders that yeah, like I don't think anybody has an issue. Most people are kind of arachnophobic because spiders are scary, but most people, it looks like, see this and go, because it's super cartoony. It doesn't look like an actual like a scary spider. I mean, despite the fact that it's like the size of a bear. Once you make them massive, it's not scary because it's not real anymore. I mean, that's a way to look that. While that is a way to look at it, my big thing is like, okay, I'm in a setting, I have a sword, and these things are coming at me. I'm gonna fucking cut that sucker up. You see, small spiders are scary because we don't have like the tactile movement to kill them without any kind of tool. Big spiders aren't as scary because it's way easier to hit them.
One of the first quests in the game has you fighting this giant bastard that just drops out of the ceiling. And I actually screamed like a little bitch when it first happened. I mean, I live in Australia. We invented spiders, and this thing still scared me.
Okay. Sure. Did Lord of the Rings Shelob freak you out as a kid? Yeah, but that one's like, that one's made to be more scary. I always thought it was weird that Shelob didn't kill Frodo, though. Like, the second Frodo got stung, he should have just, like, started melting. Holding a tarantula is less stressful than a mouse. Yeah, but that you can get used to a tarantula. Tarantulas are like a special kind of spider because most people know that like their stings aren't too bad. They're hardly venomous. It's like a bee sting, and so that they're very common to be like sociable pets.
There's just something about the way they scuttle around, and the fact you're often fighting them in caves, which means you...
Didn't Sam have the ring, though, when he killed Shelob? Like, that seems a lot more possible.
Can't run away. Makes it just even more frightening. These things still make me break out in a cold sweat, alongside the spiders in Dark Messiah of Might and Magic and the Trites in Doom 3. There's actually a mod that someone made that replaces all of them with bears instead, and I have to say that's not a bad mod to install, along with the one that lets me have sex with a high elf. Sadly though, there's not all that much variety to the dungeon.
Your sword will bounce off of kite and then the spider will rip your body into it with a light limb movement. I kind of disagree because It's still got joints. And I mean, you know, spiders are spindly creatures. They don't have particularly thick limbs. Plus, you'd probably break its leg, even if you hit it with a sword.
Dungeons, and like Oblivion, they all fall into a couple of main categories. Usually either tombs, caves, forts, or mines. Sometimes an area might back onto some kind of dwarven ruin, but most of them just follow the same archetype. And once you've done a few of these dungeons, you'll feel like you've done them a couple of dozen times. The allure in Skyrim is supposed to be exploring all these dungeons and finding dragon shouts at
I thought the limit on insect sizes had to do with the amount of oxygen that was in the atmosphere. Like, there used to be way bigger bugs, but the amount of oxygen decreased over time. Because there was like 10% more oxygen like 100 million years ago.
the end of these tombs. But considering, like I said, most of the shouts aren't all that useful, it's not always worth the time, outside of just checking them for curiosity's sakes.
Well, that was fucking dreadful.
Getting lost in dungeons is...
I like fire breath. That was actually my main shout, because Boost Road only becomes useful after you get all 3 words. But like fire shout's good extra DPS. Because your primary stagger game should be shield bash if you're a melee character. They absorb oxygen mostly from their spiracles or just through their exoskeleton, so there's math that goes with how much oxygen a given surface area needs. Sure, but I mean, like, more surface area means more oxygen, right? I know inverse square law is a thing with how big animals can get physically.
It's also pretty much impossible. You're always just walking in a mostly single direction, sometimes flipping a switch or solving a puzzle, where the solution is literally in the same room. And once you've finished a dungeon, there's always a shortcut that loops you right back to the start.
Oh, yeah. Square cube law, because it's obviously a 3-dimensional shape.
And I think a lot of the real problems in Skyrim stem from it just being too forgiving to the player in so many ways. You can rise to the top ranks of both the Mages Guild and the Thieves Guild on a single character, despite not necessarily having skills in either field. In fact, you could probably join and rise to the ranks of the top of every single guild and faction in the entire game in one playthrough. And I don't...
Wait. I thought he was going to say in a week, but he then said a playthrough.
Despite not necessarily having skills in either field. In fact, you could probably join and rise to the ranks of the top of every single guild and faction in the entire game in one playthrough.
Yeah, you can. Why is it you can probably do that? More volume means more meat. More meat needs more air. Surface raises quadratically. Volume goes cubically. Okay. The square cube law is actually true in every dimension. It basically just refers to the fact that higher powers increases faster. Well, that's the issue with... So everybody's been getting scared of the coronal mass ejection lately because there was a big rush of science videos trying to scaremonger people into being afraid of them. But the big thing with it is, like, a coronal mass injection is worse for you the farther away you are, and there's also no guarantee that that it'll happen on the orbital plane. But that doesn't sell a video.
And I don't fucking care if there's some kind of mod that fixes this. I don't.
Oh, that's a good line. There you go. Based. I don't fucking care if there is a mod that fixes this. Based opinion. A what ejection? Alright, so there was a study that came out recently, and it has to do with the concept of a coronal mass ejection, which is where basically there would be a large amount of matter and electromagnetic energy ejected by the sun. If such an event were to be pointed at the Earth, then that could spell the end of the internet as is, which would obviously be devastating because a lot of our life is dependent on the internet. The prediction was like after 2030 or something that it would be like 12% chance of it happening every year, but that still seems like statistically too high to me. Now, don't get me wrong, I absolutely think our infrastructure should be moved away from reliance on the sort of materials we use for long distance communication. But it strikes me as the same as like the climate catastrophe argument, where they're taking sort of a slower process that we're currently seeing and hyping up the fear factor 10,000% because they want immediate results. I think that's going to backfire with a lot of people, because if you tell them that there's a 12% chance every year that the internet is going to go down, that every year it doesn't happen, you're just increasing the number of people who are now distrustful of science.
I hate when people use that as a defense. Games, I think, should be evaluated on how they play out of the box. I mean, some mod that some guy made that adds all this kind of stuff back in doesn't excuse the fact that it wasn't there to begin with.
Base department? Okay, so their big theory with it is a lot of the internet is reliant on copper wiring that would be the most affected by a coronal mass ejection. Or like, okay, so this is something that evidently happens frequently in human history. Like the last one was called the Carrington event. It happened in like the 1860s, and it had no noticeable impact on life on Earth. This thing happens frequently. We have a lot of iron in our core, so we have a strong magnetosphere. So it's like it doesn't strip our atmosphere and kill everybody, right? But the thing that's changed since the last big one that hit Earth is that we're more reliant on technology that would be vulnerable to such an event hitting the planet being destroyed by such a process. So that's their big concern. And it is a concern, but it's not freak out the common person by using incendiary language kind of concern.
The modding scene from Oblivion is really responsible for introducing modding as a viable way of improving the fundamental flaws of a game. And this is also something that ended up being the case with Skyrim. And yeah, with mods you can make Skyrim to be a...
Well, skepticism is a healthy part of the scientific process. It's just a matter of normal people shouldn't have extreme skepticism to the point that they just assume that they're being lied to. Which is what we're seeing with a lot of things. Now, I'm not necessarily a statist who's going to say that you have to trust what the scientists say because they are an authority. Obviously, that's not how it works. But we shouldn't do things that foster people into just thinking that we're full of shit when we say this stuff.
A pretty damn polished and fun game, but that doesn't excuse the base problems it has.
You may have a point.
Anyway, I doubt there's going to be a mod out there that fixes this animation. I mean, just look at it.
I think there is. Yeah, this is like the big animation I was talking about with the drift that happens.
And on that note, Skyrim wasn't without its fair share of bugs. On launch, you could even permanently break save files. I had the game on...
On launch? Try the PlayStation version today.
Both the PS3 and PC, because my PC at the time was a goddamn toaster. And on the PS3 version, I'd played for a certain amount of time. In my case, it was about 60 hours. And then at that point, it seemed the PS3 just couldn't process all the information, and my save file would either crash or just lag horribly.
You would do a lot better for yourself if you just, like, looked up what the issue with the PS3 was, so that you could tell people. Well, science is a process, not a database.
With recent titles like Fallout 76 and other games like Anthem, we've seen that gamers are no longer putting up with this kind of shit. And I think we're at a crossroads where developers
I had some guy who ran a Fallout 76 channel who just lost his fucking mind in the comment section of my Morrowind video. He was talking all kinds of shit. You just hate Bethesda, you're just jealous of their success. Fallout 76 is fine. It's like, dude, I have barely even brushed on Fallout 76 being a thing. You don't have to be this defensive. But yeah, the Fallout 76 community is pretty wild.
Just aren't getting away with being lazy anymore. And it would have been interesting to see if Skyrim got released in the current year with some of the problems it had on launch, if it still would have got the glowing response it had back in 2011, or instead been the target of countless outrage culture videos on YouTube instead.
Skyrim killed my family and shat on my dog. In-depth analysis number 29, video by some fucking asshole. And it's got the googly eye things, which I think is the Skyrim's design is insulting or something like that. That video. This is interesting. Like a really passive aggressive snipe at, I don't know, our community, I guess.
On launch, if it still would have got the glowing response it had back in 2011, or instead been the target of countless outrage culture videos on YouTube instead.
I tried to tell them, they wouldn't listen.
Thankfully, playing Skyrim in our current year is easy as...
I don't understand. Are you with them or are you against them? Because it's like, okay, so you were with them when, like you don't approve of the games being broken, but you're against the outrage culture, which I get, you know, a lot of those guys suck, but like, I don't understand what the point is. It's funny that he thinks that gamers aren't putting up with this shit anymore, when the reality is that Bethesda isn't everyone's favorite dev anymore. Yeah, that's kind of the thing, but I mean, gamers are putting up with it. There was as much Cyberpunk apologism as there was Cyberpunk criticism for the state that it was released in. And you have to realize, most of the kind of narrative surrounding Cyberpunk 2077's launch was propagated by YouTubers. Outside of the PlayStation version, which was genuinely broken, but CD Projekt Red also did the right thing of delisting it.
Pissed due to it still being highly accessible and somewhat still supported. And there's so many versions of the game out there. Obviously there was the PC, the PS3 and the Xbox 360 version, but it also got a remastered version for the PS4 and the Xbox One, which also got released on Microsoft Windows. Not to mention a port for the Nintendo Switch and even Skyrim.
Okay, but No Man's Sky wasn't delisted from the PlayStation Store when it came out completely busted. Same with Fallout 76. You shouldn't hang CD Projekt Red for doing the right thing in that situation. Sony delisted it? Oh, well, then that's a different thing. I haven't looked that much into the Cyberpunk thing, because honestly, I don't give a shit. They should have never released it on consoles.
VR, which gives you something else to swing a sword at aside from your virtual girlfriend. Again, like Oblivion, I could feel like there's just so much stuff I could keep talking about, and I could make an hour-long video and still probably not cover everything. You can get married, you can buy a house, you can adopt a kid, there's all the DLC to cover. There's just a veritable shitload of stuff to do.
If you made it through all that.
Nope, no No Man's Sky apologism, because they're fixing Cyberpunk as is.
You're likely worth something to me.
People have made videos that go for hours about how bad it is, or how good it is.
That's your best? Huh?
But I think one...
Or not even that, just what it is. An hour-long video, not quote everything. Is that this version of Will's, if you cover the lore, the video would be twice as long? Was there any other game that pulled a No Man's Sky? Well, you could go on Wikipedia and you could find a list of every game that was released in the 2010s, and you could just go down the list, and there you go. It's pretty much business. It's pretty much industry standard to release a broken game and fix it post-launch. No Man's Sky was just prolific. I remember people saying Cyberpunk was going to be the best game ever made years before it was released. Why do people feel the need to fillet multi-million-dollar studios? Yeah. Rainbow Six Siege wasn't too bad on launch. It had its fair share. It had its issues, but it was a pretty functional game. I will stand by the position that Rainbow Six Siege was better as launch than it is today. Or even 2 years ago. Battlefield 4. Battlefield 4 is a good example. Someone was trying to tell me that Battlefield 4's multiplayer isn't better than Battlefield 3's. And I'm like, are you basing that on launch or are you basing that on now? Because now, yes, it is. And even as little time as like 6 months after that game came out, its multiplayer was better than Battlefield 3.
One thing is certain, and that's how it's earned its stripes and still remained a favourite over all the years among certain gamers. I mean, yeah, it's not a perfect game, but does a
But what was that interjection about?
perfect game even exist? In a game where you can shout so god...
Oh, so what was your example of a perfect game?
It's not a perfect game, but does a perfect game even exist?
Honey Pop, okay. This guy's a bigger coomer than I am.
In a game where you can shout so goddamn loud that you can force a dragon to land is always going to be badass on some level.
Okay. Cool. Well, that was a video.
Rating that I can issue 10 out of 10, and it easily earns the badass seal of approval. I cannot wait to see all the DLC and
So, yeah. That was a video. What do we think? How did G-Man do? I gotta be honest. He gave a lot of sound bites. Honestly, more than the Oblivion one. This was a better job at being different. Yeah, I think he was the hero that we needed. Because good lord, getting to this point was rough. It's not that bad of a video, honestly. I'm surprised. Well, that was the interesting thing was nobody in my Discord ever linked GManLives Skyrim video. But they linked Salt Factory and they linked White Light. It had some bad takes. It had, like, it was all bad takes. But it was takes. That's the thing. About the Salt Factory one was there were no takes. Well, there were some takes, but there were no takes. So it's like... Just watch the trailer for Anniversary Skyrim and they're literally porting over ESO fishing to Skyrim. I don't know why I expected anything else. I hate it here. Yeah. I'll be right back. Let's keep talking about the quality of this video. badass approval. I think it is genuinely a Will situation. Not great takes, but god damn it, he had them. I like Salt Factory's videos, but I agree he isn't making arguments in them. It's a different kind of content. He's not pretending to be doing deep analysis. Alright, I'm gonna be completely honest. I don't think he's not doing any kind of analysis. It's sort of just... analysis is different than observation. And I think that's all Salt Factory was offering with that video, is observations. Any particular reason you're doing these note-taking at the beginning of the process rather than partway through like you did for the Oblivion video? Partially there was interest in it, and partially I think that this is a better place for it. Like, if I was to do Oblivion over again, I would probably do the streams first, instead of the way I did it. Because it was just sort of, like, coincidental that we started doing the streams. Because what had happened was, people kept asking me for my opinions on Will's video. And I could not get through it by myself. So I live posted it on Discord. And that was a lot of fun. And I kind of had the idea that like we could do streams of that and it would be probably pretty entertaining. And then we did the Oblivion stream series, and I learned a lot about both the process of kind of doing these streams and the benefits that they can provide. I think that the part where I included other people in the Oblivion video was an experiment. I'm going to reflect on that and kind of see how I can better incorporate that into the final product. No, I won't stream the Skyrim playthroughs. That's a mixture of I don't like streaming myself playing video games, and I don't think it would be a good idea to try to stream those playthroughs, because streaming takes attention away from the process of actually playing the game. Alrighty, so we've got turn YouTube off, turn the browser on. Got us some GameInformer here. We've got the Elder Scrolls 5. Apparently we're going to be building better content.
Skyrim, building better combat.
Combat, not content. It is literally written evaluating Skyrim on Salty's video. That's true. That's true. He explicitly went out of his way to try and differentiate it from his usual mode of content, but then he did the same thing. Skyrim Salt Factory. Usually I am pretty generous when it comes to the way that people title videos. I like to meme on Salt because he'll do like, was X as good as I remember? And it's like, I don't know, who the fuck are you? But with this, it's evaluating Skyrim, an extremely shallow experience. So, like, analysis is implied by the title. Unless he's doing... Is he doing my thing where it's like he says that the video is one thing, but it isn't? So it's like, it says it's analysis, but it's obviously not. I feel like that's not the case, but I also feel like somebody would give me shit for like, well, you said your video's quick. How long will this stream go? I have no clue. I need to get through more of these articles. So, like, we are in January of 2011 right now. Oh, by the way, there's a timeline for the articles that we're reading. So let's hear what they have to say. Actually, I should be able to just play it.
Archive.today webpage.
We just go down and find the part where the actual article is. Yeah.
In game development, the visual improvements, non-player character AI tweaks, and new storytelling philosophies are all for naught if the base activity the player performs the most frequently is uninteresting or unrefined. In the case of an action role-playing game like The Elder Scrolls V, Skyrim, those activities are swinging swords, shooting arrows, or casting spells at the myriad bloodthirsty enemies rushing toward you in foreboding dungeons of Tamriel. Aware of the combat shortcomings and exploits players used in Oblivion, the developers at Bethesda Studios went back to the drawing board to forge a new direction for Skyrim. We wanted to make it more tactile in your hands.
Come on, Mark. Mark, get your act together. GameInformer, Skyrim, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so let me get this straight. Oh, wait, where's the notepad? There she is. All right, so let me get this straight. Bethesda was aware of the exploits used in Oblivion and went back to the drawing board. Yeah, well, most people just look at the green text and they go, oh, look, another video I can put on in the background and maybe laugh a few times and not have to skip ads on. Well, that's such a weird thing. And I find it very cynical to just say, I'm going to all this effort so that you could have noise to listen to. Like that it's okay if that's one of the goals that you have when you're making your video, but it shouldn't be the primary goal to just summarize things for the sake of summary.
Game director Todd Howard says, I think if you look at our previous stuff, I sometimes equate it to fighting with chopsticks. You sit there and swing them in front of yourself. Bethesda's solution is a new two-handed combat system that allows players to equip any weapon or spell to either one of their character's free hands. This flexible platform opens up countless play styles: dual wielding, two-handed weapons, the classic sword and shield combo, ranged weapons, or even equipping two different spells. Switching between loadouts on the fly is made easier thanks to a new quick select menu that allows you to bookmark all of your favorite spells, shouts, and weapons for easy access. Repetition can be a game developer's worst enemy. As players move through the world slashing at enemies thousands of times, the gravity of the action dissipates to the point where it becomes as thoughtless an exercise as flipping a light switch. With Skyrim's combat system, Bethesda wants to restore the visceral nature of hand-to-hand combat. The first step? Changing the pace of the close-quarters battles. In the early stages of development, Bethesda watched fighting videos to study how people react during melee battles. The team found that most encounters featured more jostling and staggering than was present in past Elder Scrolls titles. Using the Havoc behavior animation system.
Jesus Christ, you're right, this is very painful. Oh. We were literally almost to the funny part.
Don't expect button-mashing marathons where the attacker with a bigger life pool wins the war of attrition.
That's a really funny thing to say. You're not well in defense.
In the early, knowing when to block, when to strike, and when to stand your ground is key to prevailing in combat. There's a brutality to the combat both in the flavor of the world, and one of you is going to die, Howard explains. I think you get very used to the idea that enemies are all there for you to mow through, but it doesn't seem like someone's life is going to end. We're trying to get that across. Nothing drives this brutality.
Knowing when to block, when to strike, and when to stand your ground.
home more than the introduction of special kill animations. Depending on your weapon, the enemy, and the fight conditions, your hero may execute a devastating finishing move that extinguishes enemies with a stylistic flourish. You end up doing it a lot in the game, and there has to be an energy and a joy to it, Howard says. As with Oblivion, players have several options for melee combat. Your warrior can equip swords, shields, maces, axes, or two-handed weapons. Specializing in a particular weapon is the best way to go, as it gives you the opportunity to improve your attacking skills with special perks. For instance, the sword perk increases your chances of landing a critical strike, the axe perk punishes enemies with residual bleeding damage after each blow, and the mace perk. A good offense must be accompanied by a good defense. To make defending a less passive activity, Bethesda has switched to a timing-based blocking system that requires players to actively raise their shields to take the brunt of the attack.
Why is the implication that this is new?
If you hold down the block button, your character will attempt to execute a bash move. If you catch a bandit off guard with the bash while he's attacking, it knocks him back and exposes him to a counter or power attack. Players can block and bash with two-handed weapons as well, but it isn't as effective as the shield. Warriors who prefer the sword and shield approach can increase their defensive capabilities with shield perks that give them elemental protection from spells. Bethesda also smartly changed the pace at which characters backpedal, which removes the strike and flee tactic frequently employed in Oblivion. In Skyrim you can't bob and weave like a medieval Muhammad Ali as you could in Oblivion. Players can still dodge attacks from...
Yeah. God damn, this sucks.
Keeping in line with the philosophy of making the combat more tactile, Bethesda took inspiration for its spell casting from an unlikely source in Irrational Games' BioShock.
Alright, we're gonna kind of skip through this one.
Before, when we had magic, it never felt to us like you were actually doing it, Howard admits. It was a separate button, it flew out of your fist, and you could have a shield in your hand or a two-handed weapon, you could do it with anything. In Oblivion, spells were cast with a face button, which allowed you to equip traditional weapons for melee combat and deftly cast spells between swings. By forcing players to equip a spell with one... Longtime Elder Scrolls fans may notice that the School of Mysticism is absent. That's an intentional move on Bethesda's part. It always felt like the magical School of Mysticism, isn't that redundant? Howard says. The spells formerly housed under the domain of mysticism have been moved to other schools of magic. One of the more alluring changes to the spell casting.
Okay, nice. Oh god. Leave it to GameInformer to be fucking boring. I thought they slipped and accidentally hit the delete key. Yeah, well, I mean, you know, accidental heroes. What can you do?
In Skyrim is how you can employ spells in different ways. For instance,
Alright, we know all this.
The Havoc behavior technology gives the spells more visual flair than we've seen in past Elder Scrolls games as well. If you cast a frost spell, you'll see the effects on the enemy's skin. If you're wielding the flame spell like a flamethrower, the environment will catch fire for a short while and burn anything that comes into contact with it. More so than in Oblivion, Skyrim's new magic system also gives players legitimate benefits to using one attacking spell over the other. If you come face to face with another wizard, ranged weapon, magicians and warriors aren't the only playstyles enjoying the benefit of combat enhancements. If you prefer to do your killing from afar with a bow and arrow or assassinating enemies from the shadows, Bethesda has some improvements in store for you as well. Ranged weapons could be effective in Oblivion once you improved your skill level, but you had to pierce enemies with several arrows to take them down.
Oh no, how horrifying.
Ranged, as in Oblivion, you can zoom to aim, and the longer you keep the bow drawn the more powerful your shot will be. Unlike Oblivion, the arrows now violently impact enemies with a satisfying thud.
Fucking shells.
To keep players from coasting through the world plucking enemies, you won't be rolling into combat stacked with 50 Daedric arrows anymore.
Don't tell me what to do.
Stealth basically works the same as it did in Oblivion, but Bethesda has slightly altered what happens once enemies detect your presence. Now when NPCs think they see or heard something, they go into an alert state. Characters with a higher sneak skill will have more time to duck back around the corner or find sanctuary in the shadows. This new system eliminates the sudden attacks that sometimes caught players off guard in Oblivion. Once you successfully sneak up behind...
Quit jumping around. Jesus. Because this was such a massive improvement.
Now when you sneak up behind guys, the dagger does something like 10x damage, Howard says. I don't know if we're going to keep that, but you feel like you should be killing the guy if you've gotten that close and you have a dagger. Though the dagger is still considered a one-handed weapon skill, as the Dragonborn, players can wield the dangerous dragon shouts during battle as well. The shouts may have magical properties, like the ability to slow time.
This article's done. Let's look at some comments. Blake says, this game is probably going to be the most epic game this generation. I had my doubts, but I am continually impressed by the changes that are supposed to be implemented. I am dying, this is from Dark Lord Khan, subname Skullmaniac. I am dying to try this game out, but every time I forget about it, GameInformer comes and throws it in my face. Stop reminding me of the awesome power that is Elder Scrolls V. Gah! Luke says, that's good. I never used mysticism anyways. And I also can't wait to dual wield or go with a sword in one hand and a spell in the other. Alright. Alright. Let me just... There's Luke. Throw that in the Skyrim folder. Is there like a pose law for marketing where a pose law for marketing where it's like you can't tell if someone's being genuine or if they're a shill? Gah! I can't decide how my first character is going to go. Starting off with a powerful warrior, cunning mage, deadly assassin. So many choices, and so much new stuff to test. Yeah, the text-to-speech is sleeping. How dog shit that was. Good Lord. Alright. Thank you, GameInformer. This is from Eurogamer, and it just says creation engine. So. Robert Purchase. What is this? Eurogamer. Creation. Gah!
Bethesda has named the new engine underpinning the Elder Scrolls V, Skyrim. It is known as the GA.
Oh, I'm thinking it's like GA.
It is known as the GA. It is known as the GUH.
Oh, come on. You can't say GA. GA.
Eurogamer Network Limited uses cookies on its websites in order to provide enhanced functionality to users, such as user accounts and saved preferences.
All right, enough of
The
that.
big things for us were to draw a lot of stuff in the distance so we have a really sophisticated level of detail, more so than what we've had in the past for how things stream in and how detail gets added to them as they get closer to the camera, Skyrim's creative director Todd Howard told GameInformer. Not only will landscapes look more convincing far away, but now shadows will be cast on everything to make scenery more believable up close. The result? A mountainous Nordic landscape promising snow-touched rocky vistas, ice-cold brooks, fierce green forests and clear, azure blue skies. There's even a clever
Stop
snow
shilling.
engine. The foliage system used for Oblivion, Speedtree, has been dumped.
I miss the era when every outlet would always refer to like political maneuvers as slammings. So it's like Barack Obama slammed John McCain today over his gay rights policy. That kind of thing.
Bethesda's own tools mean artists can quickly build and animate any kind of tree they want. Trees in Skyrim even offer clues about the weather conditions. A leaning copse hints at a windy traverse ahead. For a big component of the creation engine is Radiant AI. This hopes to suspend further the illusion that Skyrim is a living, breathing world, with or without you there. In Oblivion, citizens had 5 or 6 daily commands to follow. In Skyrim the population...
Yeah, it used to be you couldn't go a day without a major article being published with somebody slamming somebody else in the news.
Is far more complex and goes about daily work such as jobs at mills, farms, mines, and more. We've mentioned before that engaging an NPC in conversation in Skyrim no longer pauses the scene, but we now also know AI will develop feelings towards your hero.
Aww.
A friend, for example, won't mind terribly if you barge into their house during the night. They may even...
Aww. The AI thinks it can buy my affection.
None of that could be managed without the new Havoc behavior middleware tools. We looked at a bunch of animation solutions, and this is about the tippy-top state-of-the-art stuff out there, said Howard. I think we're the first real big game to use it. In practice, Havoc's snazzy toolset allows the developer to quickly make new animations and then test them out. With the laborious processes removed, the designers have more time to... More importantly, it means Bethesda can really nitpick with combat animations, which in turn, we definitely have made a significant jump in how it plays in third-person perspective. Promise monsters, too, benefit from the Havoc tools, adding another layer. Bethesda won't say anything about mounts for the time being. Radiant Story, as we've alluded to, plays the role of autopilot dungeon.
That's weird because... No, it's not weird. They did the Nexus interview a month after this or so. I would let Queen Elisif slam me.
Master and populates Bethesda's vast Skyrim world with interesting things to do. A randomizer considers your character's skills, location, history, and present situation before spitting a side quest at you. And these should, more often. Howard offered an example. Traditionally in an assassination quest, we would pick someone of interest and have you assassinate them. Now there is a template for an assassination mission and the game can conditionalize all the roles, where it happens, under what conditions does it take place, who wants someone assassinated and who they want assassinated. All this can be generated based on where the character is, who he's met. They can conditionalize that someone who you've done a quest for before wants someone assassinated. Moreover, friendships and grudges alike will be watched by the game as they have the potential to spawn quests of their own. And by doing a small favor you may unknowingly unlock a much more significant quest line. Your NPC friends may also accompany you on certain missions. Even increasing skills can lead to quests. Begin to master your one-handed sword skill and citizens may challenge you to a duel or ask for training.
What is this?
They may also beg for a display of your power. Peasants. Bethesda, however.
Peasants. No, I don't know if anybody actually enjoys Radiant quests, because they're all super generic.
Won't let the randomizer go bananas. You shouldn't ever feel overwhelmed in Skyrim at the amount of
Yeah,
missions you have to...
I'm sure they're reining it in. I'm sure that Bethesda was really just like holding it back. Keep that fucker under control. It's making too interesting of quests. Don't let it overwhelm the player. It's too advanced. It's too advanced. We're not ready.
Bethesda, but perhaps most important of all, it won't be too clever. There's still potential...
It's too clever! It's too clever!
For a wide variety of random encounters. Designer Bruce Nesmith talked of the possibility of running across a mammoth beset by a pack of wolves while...
Rack here with -9 points. Comments.
But is it mod friendly? Will modders be able to rescue the hash Bethesda inevitably makes of all this?
And he got butchered for it. All right, so that's that article done. We move into March. So this is the one article from March. It's from Video Games 24/7. And it says, Oblivion sacrificed what made Morrowind special. So let's load her up.
If you click on a link and make a purchase, we may receive a small commission. Read our editorial policy. Bethesda's Howard, Oblivion, sacrificed some of what made Morrowind special. Bethesda's Todd Howard has said Elder Scrolls 4.
Proceed. Actually, hang on. We need a new image. Been a while. Been a while. Why does it seem that not only Bethesda, but most game companies, a la the Saints Row of the world, hate their primary player base who pay for their DLCs and keep up its relevance with mods like Skyrim? Because they do. There's a very us versus them mentality in the games industry.
Oblivion sacrificed what was so key to making Morrowind the legendary game it's become today. It should feel alien, kind of, stranger in a strange land, with familiar-looking elements only rooting you early in the game. The whole tone ends up being one of "I'm an outsider, I'm uncomfortable," Skyrim director Howard told OXM. With Oblivion, we're dealing with the capital province, and we wanted to get back to the more classic arena and Daggerfall feel of a fantasy world that felt more refined and welcoming, he continued to add. But in that, we sacrificed some of what made Morrowind special, the wonder of discovery. Howard admits now it's looking to find the middle ground between Morrowind and Oblivion.
Okay, so this is kind of just a fluff piece. What's this article that they linked? Oh, it just links to Games Radar, but I don't actually have the, it doesn't link to the article anymore. So I don't actually know what the context of this is. Let's see, what's a safe waifu picture I can use? Have to be careful with these things. Because they've made the games to target the lowest common denominator to make the most money, which means a horde of literal brainlets. They're not wrong, they're just assholes. Alright. So that article was nice, short and sweet. Actually, it was mostly just a headline. Alright, just one more second here. Alrighty, let's get this underway.
Hey guys, did you know that in terms of male human and female Pokemon breeding, Vaporeon is the most compatible Pokemon for humans?
That's kind of weird, but okay.
Not only are they in the field egg group, which is mostly comprised of mammals, Vaporeon are an average of 303 tall and 63.9 pounds. This means they're large enough to be able to handle human dicks, and with their
Wait, what? Okay.
The Elder Scrolls V, Skyrim Preview. The Elder Scrolls V, Skyrim Publisher, Bethesda Softworks Platform, PlayStation 3, Xbox 360, PC UK price, as reviewed £27.99 including VAT US price, as reviewed $57. Tax. When your first talking point after seeing a new video game is its menu system, you've either seen something incredibly dull or something so impressive that even its potentially dullest element is exciting. The latest in Bethesda's long-running role-playing game series is very much the latter. Dear Lord, you should see its menus. They're beautiful. When you're talking about a game that also includes dragon slaying, a free-form world in which you can manually climb to the top of the highest mountain in sight, a graphics engine that will drop even the steeliest jaw in a brand new combat system that sees you dual-wielding weapons and magic in impossibly expansive combinations, choosing to start...
Shills.
But that's not the half of it. The Elder Scrolls V Skyrim trailer character abilities, divided into 18 evolving skills affected by a streamlined core of 3 attributes of health, magicka, and stamina, are no longer chosen by scrolling through long lists of words and numbers, but by navigating a vast, illuminated starfield. As you unlock new skills, the stars light up, forming slowly into this...
These things are true.
Riverwood was one of the small towns we saw in Skyrim to describe the world outside those menus. The icy land of Skyrim itself is a peculiarly daunting task, even after exposure to it. On the one hand, it's Bethesda doing the Bethesda thing all over again.
Oh god damn it, this sucks. What a terrible article. Alright, next up is PC Gamer with the article Questions Answered. That's not it. It's not it at all. Skyrim is the fucking second coming of Christ. You said it, not me. That's not even a review. That was, that last article was published, in April of 2011. So they're just, really blowing the game there. Water, 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 water. You see, at QuakeCon, there were a bunch of Hydra homies. Alright, so, go ahead, answer my questions.
Elder Scrolls, Skyrim, your questions answered. Last week, I had a chance to speak to Bethesda Softworks game director Todd Howard about their new, massive RPG, The Elder Scrolls V, Skyrim. Before I did, I asked the PC gamer community on Twitter for questions. They responded quickly, with dozens of great questions about horses, dragons, and terrible voice acting. We'll have a full interview with more quotes in the coming weeks, but using the information gathered from the presentation and Imperial Creed, have Bethesda hired more than 4 voice actors this time? Yes, thank goodness. It used to be an issue with disk space, says Howard. On Oblivion we were literally running out of room on the disk for voice. We've since solved that. There are better compression techniques, so we're not really limited by the physical media as much as how long it takes to record it. They're spending more time and money on it this time.
We're not limited by the physical media. That's an interesting thing to say. I don't think that's not true, because if they weren't limited, why wouldn't there just be more content? This is just a copy paste of the dev questions thread. It seems different.
Around. The voice actors are better, there's more of them, and they're working with more voice directors in Hollywood this time around. In the presentation I saw, that showed in your conversations. Big Tom Hatfield, are there any ideas from the modding community for Morrowind and Oblivion that have influenced the design of Skyrim? Yeah, the Oblivion mod better bows. It made arrows more powerful, more likely to kill in a single hit, and balanced it by making it slower to draw.
So, Skyrim archery was inspired by the Oblivion mod Better Bows.
The real Chief, will there be horse armor again? And will we have to, gleefully I might add, pay for it?
Oh my
It's not even
fucking
confirmed.
God. Oh my God. Jesus Christ. How horrifying. Alrighty. This is the community they fostered.
Yet if there will be horses. They're in there just now, but horses have come a long way in games since Oblivion, said Howard, and they want to make sure they're good. Pete Hines, Bethesda's vice president, did joke that, if there's no horses, what will we sell armor for? Chico_Arazi, will leveling work like in Oblivion? Will monsters scale up? Slash hopes it doesn't. Leveling works like it did in Fallout 3, not like in Oblivion. That means that some areas will scale, some areas won't, and the level of enemies in each area will be fixed in place when you first visit that part of the world.
No.
Skyrim is
the mud crab is not for sale.
Being powered by what Bethesda are calling the Creation Engine, and on launch day or shortly after they'll release the Creation Kit. It should give modders all the tools they've become used to from previous Bat Sphinx. Can you kill a horse on top of a mountain and watch its broken body tumble down for hundreds and hundreds of meters?
What the fuck?
Assuming horses are in the game at all, yes, but the mountains look considerably steeper than anything in Oblivion. Expect your faithful steed to fall fast, sicko. Uber Sprode, will your inventory be able to show more than 3 items at once? And actually be made with the PC in mind? Yes, more than 3. Though they're certainly not focusing on simply jamming more things on the screen at once. Skyrim's new inventory is designed to be slicker than that, and there are a few cool things about it. The first is that every item in your inventory is shown as a 3D model, which can be zoomed in on and rotated. It's a nice, flashy bit of design that shows off the detail the art team are pouring into the items and weaponry. Which would be fine in itself. But in the dungeon we were shown, the player solved a puzzle by studying an item in his inventory for a set of symbols needed to unlock a door. You can also bookmark spells and items in your inventory you use regularly. What kind of supercomputer will their new game engine require to run smoothly? It's designed to run on an Xbox 360, so any even vaguely modern PC will run it just fine. If you do have a beastly PC though, you'll be able to enjoy higher resolution. Future, are dungeons as repetitive as they were in Oblivion? Oblivion's dungeons were mostly designed by just 2-level designers. Skyrim has 8 or 9, and while...
Okay, so... another one of those spiting Oblivion to sell Skyrim. Regarding the amount of content and space limitations, there's always budget and time to consider, even when you make an infinite amount of stuff. Yes, but sort of the idea of we're limited. Good night. Sort of the idea of they're limited in the amount of content that they can make by they're limited in the amount of content they can make because they don't have the space. Just sounds like a lie to me. Especially if, like, because, like, there's less stuff to do in Skyrim compared to Oblivion, in terms of like the amount of factions there are. One comment.
Can someone please give the save file of Skyrim v the Elder Scroll? After we look in the scroll my game glitch and do go ahead, so please give me the save file after that quest, please someone help.
That was the one comment on this article. What time is it? 8:15? Alright. This is a article, probably not a lot to it, about the banners that they had at E3.
Skyrim adorns Figueroa Hotel. The Figueroa Hotel in Los Angeles is famous for its segmented billboard ads, and Bethsoft has ponied up for the Elder Scrolls v. Skyrim. Located near the Staples Center and Los Angeles Convention Center, it will be visible to many during E3. When pinged about how much such an ad costs, he replied, "It ain't cheap." Recommended for you. Study, overlap in advertisers for Snapchat and Facebook is low. Despite a decline earlier in the year.
Please. Thank you. Alright, so fucking Bethesda spent a lot of money advertising the game. Thank you. Thank you. Justin RPG's posts about the Elder Scrolls. What the hell is that?
If you click on a link and make a purchase, we may receive a small commission. Read our editorial policy. Elderer, Skyrim for PC detailed by Bethesda. As a number of you have pointed out to me this morning, this is more like it. Answering community questions on the Elder Scrolls v. Skyrim, Bethesda Todd Howard, Bruce Nesmith, and Matt Carofano have addressed a bunch of issues with the PC version of the game, including emphasizing the return of mod tool stuff, which we already knew was happening. Key bits highlighted below. Higher residential textures, larger render modes, and a bunch of other effects. I'd interpret this vague techie talk to mean not just resolution and such, but also increased draw distance for things like shadows, characters, and environmental details. That would definitely be a good thing for power user stuff relating to keyboard controls. Not quite sure what Howard means by that, but presuming that it's just more keys for stuff that would otherwise have to be locked away in menus and stuff. The whole interface is much less, look at giant fonts. Then, say, Oblivion, says Howard. This can only be a good thing, especially after Alec described the menus as pure sex. I've always found Bethesda interfaces to be awkward in the extreme, reaching a peak of hideousness in Fallout 3, so anything would be an improvement. Mod support. We already knew this, but it's brilliant. Morrowind and Oblivion have both been given fresh life by modders, and it's going to happen again for Skyrim. No 64-bit version of the game. Ah, come on now.
That sucked. I'm gonna rate that lowly. Alright, we're back to VG 24/7. Skyrim's missing TES features cut for the same reasons as Oblivion's. Alright. You provide life to something that was dead on arrival.
If you click on a link and make a purchase, we may receive a small commission. Read our editorial policy. Skyrim's missing TES features cut, for the same reasons, as Oblivion's. Bethesda has reiterated that the winnowing down of some gameplay features over the lifespan of the Elder Scrolls series is an effort to make each game better. They are not in Skyrim for the same reasons we didn't include them in Oblivion, director Todd Howard said of removed features in a fan interview on the Bethesda forums. Howard said spears and other removed weapons come down to priority and development time, but that certain spells simply had to go in order to allow good design. Mark and Recall is one where it's a lot of fun, but like levitation, was removed so we could design better gameplay spaces and scenarios, he explained. We were really limited in Morrowind because the player could recall or levitate out of many situations and break them. There was a lot of good gameplay and level design work that we just couldn't do, and now we can. Back then it seemed like many good ideas we had were shot down when another designer would say, "Oh yeah, I just levitate or recall away." So we got rid of them. Another missing feature raising ire is a third armor type,
that basically
medium,
validates my idea.
but Howard said even with just two kinds balancing proves difficult. Even now, we still have to tweak those two armor types so they feel different, while remaining fun, he said. In Morrowind, players had to equip each piece of armor individually, while in Oblivion, sets were broken into fewer pieces. In Skyrim, each full set of armor is one item, according to lead artist Matt Carofano. This helps create armor styles that have the look we needed for Skyrim, he said. In most of the Nordic designs we created, the upper armor would completely cover the lower armor, making it unnecessary. We get much better visual results combining those pieces, and it renders a lot faster too, so we can put more people on screen, so that was an easy trade-off for us. We can also make a lot more armors now, so the number and variation types are more than we've ever had. There's loads more information through.
Wow, that's a great article. So basically, everything that was cut because fuck you. Fuck you. Yes, you. Old school Elder Scrolls fan. You liked something that we just listed? Fuck you. Apparently, it's easier for them to render armor if it's all just one piece. That's basically what they're saying. Alright, we did the PC details one, we did the missing feature one. This one is from Whitewood, and it's called Character Details.
Early access memory, bright memory. Elder Scrolls V, Skyrim, armor and character details revealed. The developers of Skyrim have come out to answer fan questions, giving more details on crafting, armor, quests, and even the ability to romance other characters. Anyone who has been paying attention to the details surrounding the Elder Scrolls V, Skyrim knows that when a game is as massive in size and scope as Bethesda's next title, there is just too much information to truly grasp before playing it for yourself. Even so, we've been keeping up to date with just about everything there is. Now Bethesda has posted some answers to the most asked questions from their fan community on their official forum. When it comes to modern RPGs, customization has quickly become one of the most rewarding and demanded. When it comes to modern RPGs, customization has quickly become one of the most rewarding and quick to avoid any accusations of favoring one gender over another. Both male and female player types have been given completely unique animations, and a totally equal skill set at the start of the game. Similarly, different races each have their own unique passive abilities, like a Khajiit's ability to see in the dark or a Reguard's use of Adrenaline Rush.
Reguard.
Skyrim's lead designer Bruce Nesmith noted that other characters within the game world may voice certain biases toward one gender or racial group. Those distinctions won't affect the player's ability to receive or complete quests. So with a similar set of choices open to every possible class, what reason would a player have to choose one over? Your race is very important. It's more than just how you look. Each race has a bias toward certain types of characters. If you want to play a wizard, it will be easier with a high elf or a breton. If you want to play a warrior, it will be so just how the dragonborn will look is up to every player's imagination, but when facing off against massive opponents, even the strongest Nordic warriors will be requiring armor tailored to their own needs. Caro Fano confirmed that the armor itself would be very similar to that of Oblivion, but with the upper body armor, cuirass, and lower body armor, greaves, combined. Some hardcore fans might see the streamlining of any and all inventory or armor systems as watering down, but Caro Fano maintains that the decisions were made not just to maximize rendering times, but to make the look and feel of the armor fit into the new Nordic/Viking culture of Skyrim. On the contrary, Caro Fano promises that the newest game will actually offer players more types and styles of armor than any previous game. Anyone who still believes that Skyrim—
But why would you still need to cut unarmored to accomplish that? Or hand-to-hand?
will be short on variety need look no farther than the screenshots of character variations. With so much variety in armor types, once again the team has decided to leave out the option of medium armor. As far as medium armor, that's not a time or Polish thing, it's a design choice to focus on 2 armor types and making sure those feel different and the player appreciates them. We try to make your character move and feel different between light and heavy, and having a third one in the middle just muddies it up in how it plays, as well as visually. And even now, we still have to tweak those 2 armor types so they feel different, while remaining fun. Every time we slow down heavy armor more, it feels bad, but it's the main way of balancing it. We've added other ways of balancing it that feel right, like different stamina drain rates when sprinting and such. The presence of dragons in the game also means that new armor types will be possible, with the developers confirming that both light and heavy variants of dragon armor will be included. If some of you players prefer to go out and collect the raw materials for your new armor and weaponry, then the crafting systems of Skyrim should come as good news. Players will be able to forge their own items using the blacksmith's shop, as well as the grindstone and armor smithing bench. As your skills improve, using the grindstone will increase the damage a weapon can inflict by a larger amount, and increase the strength of an armor via the smithing bench. These may seem like somewhat tedious tasks amidst a medieval world filled with mythical creatures. To those, weapons and armor will be of the utmost importance in the newly redesigned combat engine being brought out for Skyrim, and the developers are promising that the new weapons and magic at the player's disposal will be used as much as possible. Different enemies will test every aspect of the player's arsenal, be it through implementing their own, but in the end, combat is only one part of a much larger role-playing experience, and in a world as fully realized and populated as that of Skyrim, the quests and NPCs show real potential of stealing the show. The developers again hinted that while there will be but in the end, Nesmith confirmed that the game is full of small changes, but, overall it's a single story. Combined with Todd Howard's claim that players will absolutely be able to continue their progress after the campaign's conclusion, it seemed that those expecting a game more influenced by Fallout than past Elder Scrolls titles are in for a surprise. The Dragonborn's journey is unquestionably the heart of Skyrim, but the game is named after a country inhabited by thousands of people, so other characters will obviously be important. We got to see a few mentions of how NPCs will be playing unique roles in our E3 preview of Skyrim, but with the increased importance of romance and legitimate relationships in recent franchises like Mass Effect and The Witcher, the developers are upping their game. Characters in the game world will be given all new abilities to shape the quests available to the player thanks to Bethesda's new Radiant story engine, but giving player, according to Nesmith, those suspicions are right on track. Absolutely. You make friends with people by doing things for them. Friends in the game will treat you differently. Some of them will even agree to go with you into dungeons and on adventures. You can even get married. If you own a house, your spouse will move in with you. The idea of having NPCs become Bethesda certainly isn't the first developer of an RPG to claim that player choices will have a lasting impact on how their story progresses, but all too often, the idea of morality doesn't amount to much more than a few We don't provide a numeric score that you can track, but the game knows if you've been naughty or nice. We felt that a number really didn't do your fame justice. Characters in the world will acknowledge the specific things you have done rather than just a generalized reputation. If you are a criminal, they'll know that too. But if you pay your debt to society, all is forgiven. With a combat engine and inventory systems that are far more streamlined and intuitive than in the past, and a seemingly clear idea of the type of story they wish to tell, the developers of Skyrim seem to have most of their ducks in a row. Some may still think that a massive scope means that Skyrim is at risk of delays. If the amount of gameplay content being hinted at does turn out to be too much to get finished in time, we already know that Bethesda has some serious plans for expansive DLC. What are your thoughts on these confirmed details? Are you still hoping that Skyrim was more similar to Morrowind than Oblivion, or are you...
Okay, I don't know what to say. Yeah, I don't understand what Nesmith was on about with the kind of morality thing. How do you clear your debts to the society? Once you do, like, a certain bad quest, your character's just fucked over in terms of the guards constantly going, "Psst, hail Sithis," or, you know, whatever the fuck they say. You're just fucked. Oh, by the way, we're in, like, August now of the articles.
Get fucked, nerds.
There may not be a visible number, but the game sure as hell has one under the covers. It seems to be like flag based. Like once you've done a quest, you just get a certain response from guards, and that's like the extent of it.
Skyrim fan interview. Today we've got answers to the Skyrim fan interview. Big thanks to Todd Howard. Matt, also want to thank Lady Naravar for helping grab questions from the community. Without further ado, Todd, we've done various things like that in our previous games, and it's something that we probably...
Okay, this is a formatting nightmare. Also, I can't move the fucking... I can't, like, this thing is in the way. But it's like, I have to zoom out. Alright, will the character be able to change into certain creatures?
Todd, we've done various things like that in our previous games, and it's something that we probably won't be talking about specifically on this one. Don't read anything into that. We just prefer to not discuss this one. We'd like to leave that an open question until the game is out.
So do you think that they were committed to werewolves, or that they like were trying not to spoil the companion's twist?
There is large amount...
Oh, hang on. What sort of cosmetic options like beards, tattoos, body proportions are available? Can we edit them later in the game?
There is large amount of customization available for each race. You can choose from...
Okay, we know all that. Is armor handled in Oblivion with each body part being welded together, or in Morrowind with each body part being separate? Will you be able to wear clothes and armor at the same time?
The armor system is very similar to Oblivion's. The main difference is that the upper and lower body armors, the cuirass and greaves, have been combined into one piece. This helps create armor styles that have the look we needed for Skyrim. In most of the Nordic designs we created, the upper armor would completely cover the lower armor, making it unnecessary. We get much better visual results combining those pieces, and it renders a lot faster too, so we can put more people on screen.
All right. Are the main faction quests branching or linear? What about side quests? And Bruce Nesmith answered this question.
We've focused on telling one story well. There are decision points in all the quest lines that can change things, but overall it's a single story. Because the side quests are smaller stories, they are more likely to have major branches. For example, you can decide to save or betray someone, which changes the whole end of the quest.
Okay, so yeah, that's basically just a summary. Are loot and quest rewards level scaled like in Oblivion? Will there be any powerful unscaled items?
We're handling leveling stuff similar to how we did in Fallout 3, but with a few new twists that we hope players won't even notice. The enemies and loot are based on the encounter zone you're in, so it could be higher or lower level than your current level. We do have a new concept of epic or special loot that you can randomly find in many cases, regardless of the zone, and you will still get better stuff in the better zones with your level higher. Same goes for quest rewards.
The weird thing about the scaling in Skyrim is that there's a bunch of like leftover quests that like scale stuff. I don't mean leftover like almost cut content, but like there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 quest rewards that are leveled in Skyrim. You might say that's a lot. I would say that's it. Because a lot of them are combined. So it's like Mirrek's Sword, Mirrek's Staff, Mirrek's Mask. Those are all different things, but they're part of the same quest. The Galdur Blackblade and Blackbow are part of the same thing. The Lunar Iron stuff is part of the same thing. So they cut down like the overall number of leveled items that you get in Skyrim, but they increased like the level brackets. So like the typical level bracket in Skyrim is 1 to 10, 11 to 18, 19 to 26, 27 to 35, 36 to 45, and 46 plus. But there's also a ton of like items that don't follow those rules, like the Mage's Circlet you get from the College of Winterhold is its max tier is reached at level 25, and then there's stuff that doesn't make sense. Like, okay, so you can get the max level Nightingale armor at 32 plus, but you can't. But for that is the Nightingale blade, which maxes out at 46. It's just really weird. It's like they had given up on the idea, but there was some designer at Bethesda who was like, no, it'll work. I'll make it work. It's possible. What time is it? I might have to circle back to this interview. I think I'm going to wind things down for tonight. We've been streaming a while. We close up all these folders, save the notes, and we'll look at the stream tab. I'm surprised you guys stuck around for the text-to-speech stuff when I started kind of just letting it go. So yeah, I have a Twitter. I don't like I post on there, but nobody really seems to come from the Twitter. The main way announcements seem to get out is on our Discord. We have an announcements role. I was supposed to not use the add everyone. I might transition to where I just add everyone on Discord, because fuck it. People who get bothered by getting pinged on Discord are kind of weird. And I figure everybody who's in there wouldn't mind hearing about hearing that like the streams are going on. What else? I'm faded here, man. So how was today's stream? I know it's a Monday stream, so it's kind of just do it. You can just turn off add everyone if you don't want them. What do I think is some sort of political conflict between an anti-imperial faction and the Fighters and Mages Guild in TED 6? Well, that's why I suggested that like the Aldmeri Dominion should be joinable as a faction. I think that would go a long way. G-Man was fun. G-Man might be the second video that has actually gone well for this stream. The first one being Will's video. I guess the Metatron one was all right in the sense that it started some discussion. Angry guys shouting that mods aren't an excuse was fun. That was interesting, wasn't it? I was not surprised. Or sorry, I was surprised that somebody could suddenly be so correct in one of these videos. So I'll pop up the schedule here. We're streaming early on Wednesday because we're going to be looking at the AMA, and it's going to be a longer stream due to it being Never Knows Best video. You might need a Reddit account. I know that that's a dirty thing to say in 2021. I'm pretty sure there's some people that would rather be caught fucking corpses than being in possession of Reddit accounts. But we have a chance to ask him some questions, and I think we should take it. Yeah, be sure to, if you start a Reddit account, be sure to shave first. Salt Factory 2024. What can you do, America? That might be a good platform to run. Just every time you get asked a question, Mr. Salt Factory, what is your position on climate change? And he looks at the camera and he says, "What can you do?" And everybody in the theater stands up and starts clapping. You'll receive a month's supply of estrogen and a fedora with your new account. I hear that stuff's valuable, though. Like, I think you could get some money for that. The right people. Alright, so yeah, we'll be back on Wednesday at 1:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Peace out, everybody.